future is threatened by enemies often unseen.
Vladimir Putin in the early 2000s. After the overthrow of communism, you were trying to lead a country. Imagine you are Vladimir Putin in the early 2000s. After the overthrow of communism, you were trying to lead a country with a new capitalist system. You were appointed as president by Boris Yeltsin. As Boris Yeltsin's successor, your aim is to continue the project of decommunization and the transition to Russian capitalism. So of course you want to do what all successful capitalist countries do: get foreign investment and build trade relationships. Therefore, it only makes sense to integrate with the Western capitalist world. That's where the money's at. To make sure you are economically integrated in the West, you need to join NATO, the military alliance spearheaded by the USA, the sole remaining superpower. If you can't beat them, join them, right? To try and join NATO, you make efforts to please the country that really runs NATO, the United States. But what if all your efforts to please the US don't work? What if you keep trying to build a relationship but the other side makes no effort to do the same? What if they keep neglecting your concerns and even try to intimidate you by continuing to expand their military close to your country's border? You got rid of communism, so if you have a capitalist economy now, how come your country is not allowed to join the club of capitalist nations? Imagine how your Russian citizens would react to seeing their country constantly get disrespected by the US empire. Plus, the living standards of Russian citizens have significantly dropped since the fall of the Soviet Union and the implementation of capitalism. So they either become nostalgic for the old Soviet order, or yearn for a new ideology that will give them meaning and purpose. You, Vladimir Putin, do not want to be seen as weak by your people. But becoming enemies with the USA could make things a lot worse for the Russian economy and your national security. So you want to avoid direct confrontation. You tolerate losing most of Eastern Europe to Western influence and NATO expansion. But what if the US military expands to countries right by your country's border, like Georgia and the Ukraine, where missiles can hit your country in seconds? Oh no, now that would be a step too far for Mr. Putin. The dream of a peaceful partnership with the USA is now officially dead. In these circumstances, if you were the president of the Russian Federation, how could you possibly maintain a pro-Western ideology after all your efforts to integrate with the West have failed? How would you explain this to your voters? So you need a new ideology that coincides with your new anti-Western stance. And by now you've been in power for almost a decade, so you need a new ideology and purpose anyways to justify your regime's existence. But how can Russia differentiate itself from the liberal West if it shares a similar economic system? You can't turn back to Soviet socialism because you're a capitalist, remember? A capitalist with many billionaire friends. So what is one ideology that has proven to work when it comes to controlling people? Good old conservative nationalism, and Russia certainly has a history of that. So instead of framing your opposition to the United States as an opposition to capitalism, like the USSR did, how about framing your state ideology in opposition to liberalism? A civilizational struggle between Russian Orthodox traditional values versus decadent to liberal individualism. That will differentiate you and your country from the Western Bloc without having to embrace a radically different economic system. And conservative nationalism is one of the oldest tricks in the book. Even right-wingers in the West fall for it all the time. And even better, you can frame your oppositional stance towards the USA as anti-imperialist. This will not only help you garner moral support among the population, but also to gain the support of many countries around the world who have also been victimized by the US empire, particularly in Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East. With this, you won't just get support from conservative right-wingers, but also some leftists, who are supposed to be anti-imperialists. And even though you actually have imperialist interests of your own, how can the enemy criticize you when their track record of imperialism is far worse? So you frame your imperialistic actions as defensive. That's the power of ideology and framing. This video is a story of Putin and the Kremlin's changing state ideology, and its relation to the gradual fallout between Russia and the USA.
From pro to
How did Russia under Putin go from aspiring to join NATO and wanting to integrate with the West, to then becoming an arch-enemy of the USA fighting a proxy war with NATO? What do Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin want? What do they want in the Ukraine? Does Putin want to rebuild the Soviet Union? How about the Tsarist Empire? These are questions that will be explored throughout this video. There is one thing that most scholars of modern Russia can agree on. The Putin we know today is very different from the Putin of the early 2000s. But how so? And more importantly, why? Is it because Putin simply became more crazy over time? Or maybe it's more complicated than that. The heightened tensions between Russia and the USA over the past few years can make it easy to forget that relations between Russia and the West weren't always like this. This dramatic worsening of relations is often assumed by many to be rooted in an ingrained Soviet hostility towards the West. Yet a survey of Russia's foreign policy since the fall of communism reveals a very different picture. For much of the post-Soviet era, the Russian elite, including Putin, desired an alliance and even a partnership with the USA. They idealized economic and social integration with the West. Today, it is little known to the public that Putin used to champion a strong pro-Western sentiment and envisioned an economic and military alliance with the USA, which is evident if you look back at Putin's old statements before 2006. In a series of interviews before and after assuming the presidency in 2000, Putin described Russians as, quote, part of the Western European culture. No matter where our people live, in the Far East or in the South, we are Europeans. Putin expressed interest in joining NATO multiple times, as did his predecessor Boris Yeltsin. But this pro-Western vision was soon followed by resentment and frustration that Russia's desire to partner with the US was not shared by the US itself. The Kremlin started to become more and more frustrated that their desire to integrate with the West and potentially join NATO was not being reciprocated, as the US was reluctant to bring Russia into NATO. Why was the US reluctant to bring Russia into NATO? Well, we don't know for sure, but many have speculated that it's because Russia is too big, and if it were to join NATO, the USA would need Russia's approval on some NATO policy decisions. And as we know all too well, the US prefers to be the sole superpower, with it calling the shots. But despite not being able to join NATO, ties between Russia and the USA did not fall out yet. As for almost another decade, Russia continued to make efforts to cooperate with the USA and integrate with the West. However, over time, it became increasingly clear that integration with the West was a one-sided fantasy, and Russia's elite gradually abandoned this dream. Instead of capitulation to the West, the Russian elite under the leadership of Putin began a more strident defense of Russian national interests. This change in attitude among the Kremlin did not take place because of any return to Soviet thinking, as many Western pundits claim. Rather, this change in geopolitical relations was driven by a growing imbalance of power between Russia and the USA since the end of the Cold War. Russia's weakness after the dissolution of the USSR allowed the USA to expand its hegemony through the expansion of NATO. Now, you would think that NATO, a Cold War military alliance built to combat communism, would be dissolved after the fall of Soviet communism. But rather than leading to a dismantling of the NATO alliance, the fall of Soviet communism became an opportunity for the USA to further NATO expansion, as a way to capitalize on their global imperialist ambitions. With the privatization of all those socialized assets in Eastern Europe, there was lots of opportunity for Western companies to profit, and by having these newly opened up countries within the umbrella of NATO, these imperialist corporate interests could be protected more strongly. But at the time, Russia wasn't angered by NATO expansion solely out of a fear of US hegemony, but also because they saw it as a betrayal of a promise that was made to them. At the end of the Cold War, Gorbachev and Soviet diplomats were promised by American and European authorities that NATO would not expand 1 inch eastward. Now, pro-Western mainstream media outlets often try to refute the fact that NATO promised not to expand 1 inch eastward by either denying it altogether or shifting the goalpost, by saying, well, technically they promised the USSR, not the Russian Federation, so deal with it. But even with the fall of the USSR, you can find various leaked documents from diplomatic meetings which prove that leaders from the US, UK, France, and Germany did indeed make this promise in 1991 as well. However, only a couple of years after the Soviet Union ceased to exist, this promise was not kept, and the US has not stopped eastward NATO expansion since. Throughout the 90s and 2000s, Eastern European countries close by to Russia were brought into NATO, such as the Czech Republic, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, Croatia, Slovenia, Albania, and Bulgaria. With American military bases and/or American weapons being stationed within all of these new members of NATO, Russia became more and more threatened. On separate occasions, the USA also tried to bring in Georgia and Ukraine into NATO, but given their proximity to the Russian border, this was a step too far for the Kremlin, and as we will see, it did not end very well. This is by no means a defense of the Russian regime, which will become increasingly obvious throughout the video. It is undeniable that NATO expansion was a geopolitical decision with serious consequences. Even Joe Biden himself predicted in 1997 that eastward NATO expansion could trigger a major conflict.
I think the one place where the greatest consternation would be caused in the short term for admission, having nothing to do with the merit and preparedness of the country to come in, would be to admit the Baltic states now in terms of NATO-Russian, US-Russian relations. And if there was ever anything that was going to tip the balance, were it to be tipped in terms of a vigorous and hostile reaction, I don't mean military, in Russia, it would be that.
And even countless pro-Western international relations experts insisted that expanding near Russia's border was a recipe for disaster. It is really naive and short-sighted to assume that Putin is just crazy and not a rational actor, and that NATO expansion isn't a real concern. Putin wasn't the first post-Soviet leader to express frustration with NATO expansion near Russia's border. Even Boris Yeltsin, the man often thought of as a pro-American pitbull, eventually became fed up with the US after a series of one-sided negotiations. As early as the mid-90s, Yeltsin wrote letters to his friend Bill Clinton, who helped him get re-elected thanks to a mixture of electoral fraud and financial meddling, asking why the US was so eager to expand NATO even though communism in the East was essentially over. The US continually refused to give Russia any guarantees as to the limits of NATO expansions. After the fall of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, the USA thought they were now in a unipolar world, where they could dictate countries to do whatever they want, and not consider the objections of other nations. Even when it came to a massive country like Russia, Boris Yeltsin became even more fed up with the Americans after the USA's 78-day bombing of Kosovo, Yugoslavia, in 1999. Yeltsin, once a pro-Western liberal who dreamt of a capitalist alliance with the USA, had an outburst of frustration in a 1999 speech, where he drunkenly pleaded that Russia will be back. Yeltsin's disillusionment with the USA's chauvinism and his frustration with Russia's crippled state would highly impact who he would choose as his successor. Nonetheless, in the face of growing US hegemony in the 90s and 2000s, Russia was still too weak to do anything to stop the ongoing NATO expansion and was willing to let it slide. for now. So Russia under Putin in the early 2000s still actually made efforts to strengthen ties with the USA and the West. Up until around 2007, Putin actually had quite a warm relationship with President George W. Bush. In
That's
fact,
how he
Russia
learned
was
all
the
his
first
shit.
country to offer assistance to the USA after 9/11, and even supported their war on terror in Afghanistan. In 2002, Putin even decided to close Soviet-era military bases in Cuba and Vietnam in an effort to please the United States. Although Russia still wasn't admitted to NATO, Moscow agreed to work closely with Washington to combat terrorism and other issues. However, US-Russia relations started to fracture again after the USA decided to opt out of a Cold War-era anti-ballistic missile treaty, an inconsiderate action which Russia saw as a potential risk to its national security. A few years later, Putin began voicing his concerns with NATO during his February 2007 address to the Munich Security Conference, where he openly criticized the USA for the Iraq War, the lack of cooperation on nuclear reduction, and most notably, eastward NATO expansion. This infamous speech displayed a fit of frustration that had been building up as Russia's attempts to forge a pragmatic alliance with the USA and develop ever closer economic ties with the West kept on failing. After more than a decade of putting up with NATO expansion and the USA's disregard for Russia's concerns, tensions really started to build up between Russia and the USA in 2008, when one of Russia's neighboring countries, Georgia, was invited to join the NATO alliance. This was something that the Kremlin simply could not accept. Georgia joining NATO would be an existential security crisis for Russia, as it would mean that American missiles would be placed right on its border. So in 2008, Russia responded by invading Georgia to deter their neighboring country from joining NATO, an event that bears a lot of resemblance to the current situation between Ukraine and Russia today. And Russia's reaction is not that big of a surprise when considering how the USA reacted during the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the Soviet Union placed missiles on Cuba to protect the revolution from the US Bay of Pigs invasion. The USA went ballistic and almost started World War III over it, which scared the Soviets so much that they capitulated and pled for peaceful coexistence. Just imagine if Canada and Mexico were brought into a military alliance with China and had Chinese missiles placed on them that could hit the USA in seconds. Just imagine how the USA would react. With the partnership with the USA becoming more of a dead dream, Putin began taking a more nationalistic turn, gradually looking for a different state ideology to differentiate Russia from the West. But this ideological shift would be put on hold as Putin decided to take a break from the presidency for a little while. Towards the end of 2008, Putin appointed Dmitry Medvedev to the presidency, who would govern Russia as the head of state until 2012, while Putin served as prime minister. Medvedev is seen by many critics as a Putin puppet, as he didn't deviate very much from the United Russia Party line and supported very similar socio-economic policies, although he was slightly more liberal when it came to state repression, at least towards dissent which did not pose a threat to the regime. As Putin did in the early 2000s, Medvedev also made efforts to appease the USA and to build a stronger relationship that would benefit Russia economically. Putin decided to take a break from the presidency and appoint Medvedev for various reasons, chiefly among them being that Putin did not want to be seen as a dictator, and he believed that Medvedev would give Russia a new liberal face that would be less threatening to the West and foreign investors. During Medvedev's administration, for a different state ideology to differentiate Russia from the West. But this ideological shift would be put on hold as Putin decided to take a break from the presidency for a little while. Towards the end of 2008, Putin appointed Dmitry Medvedev to the presidency, who would govern Russia as the head of state until 2012, while Putin served as prime minister. Medvedev is seen by many critics as a Putin puppet, as he didn't deviate very much from the United Russia Party line and supported very similar socio-economic policies, although he was slightly more liberal when it came to state repression, at least towards dissent which did not pose a threat to the regime. As Putin did in the early 2000s, Medvedev also made efforts to appease the USA and to build a stronger relationship that would benefit Russia economically. Putin decided to take a break from the presidency and appoint Medvedev for various reasons, chiefly among them being that Putin did not want to be seen as a dictator, and he believed that Medvedev would give Russia a new liberal face that would be less threatening to the West and foreign investors. During Medvedev's administration, Russia signed a nuclear arms reduction treaty with the USA and continued to try to normalize relations with the West. So as you can see, at this time the Kremlin still made efforts to improve relations with the West despite the Georgia conflict and NATO eastward expansion. It was still in their best interest to do so. However, the dream of Western integration and normalized US-Russia relations officially died in 2014, when the US and Russia fell out over Ukraine. As far back as the early 2000s, during the nationalist protests of the so-called Orange Revolution in Ukraine, Putin repeatedly warned the USA against expanding military aid to Ukraine and trying to bring them into NATO. But it wasn't until the protests of the 2014 Maidan Revolution in Ukraine when tensions really started to get hot. When the Ukrainian president Yanukovych, who had pro-Russia stances, was deposed and replaced with a pro-Western leader following a massive protest, which the Kremlin accused of being supported by the US and EU. In response, Putin ordered the annexation of Crimea, a region with an ethnic Russian majority. After Crimea was reclaimed back into Russian hands, the Kremlin faced tough sanctions from the USA and other Western countries, although these same countries continued to buy that cheap Russian petrol in the meantime. Ever since then, US-Russia relations have been in a very tumultuous state. And even though the Trump administration established a warmer relationship with Russia, Trump eventually cowered to pressure from the Pentagon and continued to sanction Russia and sell weapons to Ukrainian militias. Putin's invasion of Crimea was surprisingly popular, as the region was majority ethnically Russian. Thus, there was far less resistance, and the rapid victory gave a big boost for Russian nationalism. By now, it was made clear that the Russian leadership would stop at nothing to prevent countries right beside the Russian border, like Ukraine and Georgia, from falling under Western influence. So you would think that the US and NATO would maybe get the message by now and take less risks. Well, no. Fast forward to 2022, the USA and the new Ukrainian leadership of Zelensky continued flirting with the prospect of joining NATO. And if Ukraine was to join NATO, any little skirmish between Russia and Ukraine's historically contested borders could allow NATO forces to easily attack Russia in minutes. Russia also had other concerns in mind, namely gas pipelines and other economic motives, which we'll discuss later in the section on Russian imperialism. So Putin ordered more Russian troops on the Ukraine border and made clear demands that the USA and NATO must not cross Russia's red lines. The Kremlin demanded a guarantee that Ukraine would never be allowed to join NATO and that NATO must halt all military support for Ukrainian militias. Now, while it is true that many Ukrainians do genuinely want to join NATO, and we should not ignore Ukrainian agency, it is naive to expect that Russia wouldn't react in a hostile way to military expansion by their border. In an ideal world, any country could do what the majority of its people want. However, we are not in an ideal world. We are in a multipolar world with competing imperialist powers. Let's imagine that many Mexicans wanted Mexico to join a military alliance with Russia or China, after being frustrated with the USA continually exploiting them and meddling in their country. Do you really think that the USA would just sit back and allow Chinese or Russian missiles to be right by their border? No way, Jose. Mexico wouldn't dare do such a thing because they would be terrified of the USA's reaction. The USA would probably invade Mexico or start World War III, which they almost did over Cuba during the Cuban Missile Crisis, as we mentioned earlier. Now, to be absolutely clear, this is not to defend or excuse Russia's invasion of Ukraine. At the end of the day, it was Russia under the leadership of Vladimir Putin who chose to invade Ukraine. And I am certainly not saying that the invasion was justified either. After all, following the collapse of the USSR, Ukraine signed a contract with Russia whereby Ukraine gave up all of their nuclear weapons in exchange for Russia respecting their new borders, an agreement that was clearly broken. So it's not just Russia's borders who have been violated, but also Ukraine's. But did Putin really invade Ukraine in response to the threat of NATO expansion? Or was this all part of a master plan he had for years? Does he secretly want to colonize the entirety of Ukraine in order to rebuild the Soviet Union? Or perhaps the Tsarist Russian Empire, as many people have claimed? Ever since the 2014 conflict over Ukraine, Putin and the Kremlin have become more and more explicitly anti-West, promoting more messages in Russian state TV against the USA, going as far to even platform leftists in the West to attack the USA. And even though the Russian regime is clearly right-wing itself and by no means leftist, they platform leftists with the purpose of attacking the USA. Which, to be fair, has been very advantageous to many leftist intellectuals and activists in the USA, as they do not get platformed at all in corporate mainstream media. So as diplomatic ties between Moscow and Washington became ever more fractured, the Kremlin began moving towards an ideology that would coincide with their anti-Western political stance. Rather than opposing the West from an anti-capitalist standpoint, the Putin regime's new state ideology centered on anti-liberalism. It was a deeply conservative ideology, which gave the regime a whole new reason for its existence, allowing the Putin administration to maintain power for far longer than most expected. Now I would like to thank all my patrons, especially these generous people. One Dime is an entirely fan-funded project. If you have enough money for Netflix, then why not pledge a couple of dollars on Patreon to help support your favorite independent content creators? So if you want to help support the work I do on the One Dime channel and the One Dime Radio podcast, then consider becoming a patron. See you in the next video.
Wait. Why does this motherfucker
Hello everyone, this is your...
Chill. Fucking autoplay.
The beginning of Russia's conservative turn was also partially spurred by the political crisis during the re-election of Vladimir Putin in 2012, for his third presidential term, where the ruling United Russia Party found itself in need of a new solid ideological foundation for its self-legitimation. During this time, there were mass protests in Moscow and other cities, triggered by growing dissatisfaction with the undemocratic political system that did not meet their economic needs. To maintain power, it became necessary for the United Russia Party to find a new political language that would rebrand the regime's purpose and reshape social discourse in a way that diverts attention away from economic issues. The persistence of this dilemma points to the ideological hollowness of the post-Soviet system, its inability to fill the void of political purpose since communism's collapse. So after returning to office in 2012, Putin adopted more stridently nationalistic rhetoric. The Putin regime started promoting a new official ideology, which placed ever greater emphasis on civilizational differences between the East and West. But this new moral anti-Americanism attacked liberalism and individualism from a conservative position. From the standpoint of this conservative worldview, the West is losing its authentic foundations. Christianity, the traditional family, and national unity. According to purveyors of this ideology, the threat of decadence in Russia comes not from the Russian elite's excessive desire for luxury. No, the danger comes from elsewhere, from homosexuality, feminism, and multiculturalism, which are supposedly destroying the traditional family and threatening Russian civilization. These ideological frames were used as a strategy for dealing with dissent at home. Putin's opponents and those criticizing the government were smeared as traitors, or agents of Western agendas. Putin blamed the 2011 to 2012 Russian protests on the US State Department, describing the protests as an attempt at quote-unquote color revolution, a term that is usually invoked by leftists to describe protests that are helped by the USA in order to destabilize governments. And while the USA certainly does have a history of sponsoring protests to destabilize countries that do not bow down to Washington's demands, the evidence clearly suggests that Russians in 2011 to 2012 had many genuine reasons to protest. During the economic growth of the mid-2000s, peaking at around 2007, Russian capitalism was finally starting to deliver improvements in living standards for everyday Russians. That came to an end during the 2008 global financial crash. And throughout the 2010s, the Russian economy was in a dire state. Arguably, they still haven't recovered from it to this day. With a stagnant economy, growing austerity, creeping state repression, and the erasure of social benefits from the Soviet era, Russians had and still have every right to want to protest and express their dissent. The government's subsequent crackdown on the protest movement was justified by the Putin regime using culture war terminology, framing the protests as agents of chaos, incited by a minority of pro-Western traitors to the motherland, defying the silent majority of Russian patriots who stand for order, tradition, and orthodox values. A similar tactic of turning political protests into culture wars can be seen during the famous persecution of the music group called Pussy Riot. The famous Pussy Riot performance at a Moscow cathedral, which was supposed to be feminist and anti-authoritarian, was depicted by state media as part of a decadent liberal ideological war, directed against sacred Russian traditional values. The arrest, trial, and incarceration of Pussy Riot was followed by the onset of a homophobic campaign in the state media that attempted to frame the anti-government protest movement as part of a broader culture war, covertly backed by the West. Although in response, Putin's homophobic stances were actually mocked by protesters and turned into a viral meme. Conservative culture wars in Russia specifically targeted gender politics, as LGBT rights were presented in the Russian media as a dividing line between Western decadence and a traditional Russian normality. Does that sound a bit like the culture war nonsense that conservatives whine about in the USA, Britain, and other Western countries? Well, that's because it is. Culture wars distract people from class wars. Pitting identity groups against each other and making a spectacle out of it is a typical divide-and-conquer strategy of social control, which distracts people from real problems like poverty, economic inequality, and climate change. Culture war conservatives like Tucker Carlson and Jordan Peterson would absolutely love Putin's Russia. Maybe they should move there. In fact, conservative ideologists like Pat Buchanan, key pioneer of the American far right and author of the book The Death of the West, greatly admire Putin's Russia for fighting against what he and other reactionaries call cultural Marxism. We've certainly heard that a lot before from right-wingers in the West. Putin himself also has a history of backing far-right politicians. For instance, Putin supported far-right candidates in France, Italy, Germany, Austria, and Hungary, just to name a few. And yes, despite the liberal hysteria regarding the Russiagate hoax trial, it is well documented that Putin tried his best to get Donald Trump elected in the 2016 election, by spreading far-right propaganda on the internet even though he didn't actually rig the election. And as we explored in the last video, the Americans have a history of rigging elections themselves, in Boris Yeltsin's 1996 election. But contrary to American conservatism, which is still steeped in liberal individualism, Russian conservatism is rebranded as collectivist, giving it a more communitarian appeal. Even though Putin is vocally anti-communist, this conservative collectivism still resonates with a lot of people because it taps into the nostalgia for the lost collective spirit of the Soviet era, as well as the natural human inclination for a sense of community. A key component of this conservative ideology promoted in Kremlin propaganda has been emphasizing the dichotomy between Russian collectivism and Western individualism. A Cold War-era trope, except this time it is framed as conservatism versus liberalism instead of communism versus capitalism. Here, Russian collectivism is presented as prioritizing common interests over personal interests, in contrast to Western egoism, which is perceived to be decadent and a result of declining traditional moral values. However, while touting this conservative rhetoric, which included attacks on Western free market individualism, the Russian elite ironically continued to pursue corporatist neoliberal economic policies, as shown in our previous video on the nature of Putin's regime. The Kremlin's rebranded conservative collectivism seeks to reclaim and preserve Russia's traditional Christian heritage. In doing so, Russia is presented as the guardian of so-called universal traditional values against liberal materialism in a civilizational culture war between the East and West. Since the 2010s, Putin has become increasingly close to the anti-communist leader of the Russian Orthodox Church, named Patriarch Kirill. Sorry if I'm butchering that. As part of his conservative agenda, Putin has helped revitalize the influence of the Russian Orthodox Church in Russian society. In doing so, they have also helped whitewash the legacy of the Tsarist Empire. This conservative rhetoric would coincide with a political movement called Eurasianism. In recent years, there has been a lot of talk in the Western media about an ideologist named Alexander Dugin, and his popularization of a concept called Eurasianism. Dugin is a very bizarre right-wing thinker who many claim is a chief ideologist for Vladimir Putin. Some have even compared him to Rasputin, you know, the guy who was allegedly influencing the Tsar's policies. Eurasianism could broadly be described as a conservative anti-liberal ideology that sees Russian civilization not belonging to Europe or Asia. Anti-liberal ideology that sees Russian civilization not belonging to Europe or Asia, but instead to the geopolitical concept of Eurasia. Dugin's vision of Eurasianism, at least purportedly, is that of a Russian-led Eurasian empire that would challenge Western hegemony and American exceptionalism. From this viewpoint, the USA and the West are on the decline, and we are entering a multipolar world, whereby China and Russia are resurging powers challenging the US world order. Interestingly, what proponents of Eurasianism dislike about the West is not capitalism, but social liberalism. Originally, a far larger section of this video was going to be dedicated to Alexander Dugin, but after extensive research I found that the actual influence of Alexander Dugin in Russia itself is greatly exaggerated. He's barely talked about at all in Russia, and talked about far more in Western media. In reality, Eurasianism is not widely known or popular enough to become a mass ideology in Russia. Its reach is mostly confined to niche right-wing intellectual circles, and the stated ambitions of Eurasianism and Alexander Dugin are really detached from reality, and greatly overestimate Russia's power in the world, which is essentially bound to the demand for Russian petrol. If Europe is to transition to clean energy, it is likely that Russian geopolitical influence will greatly diminish, which is another reason why Putin backs far-right candidates, who deny climate change. It is in the interest of many in the Russian elite to actually allow climate change to get far worse. Despite its massive nuclear arsenal, Russia is really not that powerful economically speaking. Russia's economy is barely bigger than that of Italy, and is smaller than the state of Texas. So if there was a geopolitical power rising to challenge the US, it wouldn't be Russia. If anyone, it would be China. If anything, Dugin's Eurasianism mainly serves as a more exaggerated, delusional grand narrative to further justify the existence of the Putin regime among the Russian intelligentsia, and to win the support of opponents of liberalism around the world. But most everyday Russians aren't reading Dugin's obscure books on philosophy and geopolitics. Now, whether Putin himself seriously believes in Eurasianist ideology, or abides by any real ideological principles for that matter, is up for question. But given how insignificant Eurasianism actually is among the Russian masses, we shouldn't spend too much time fixating on it. That being said, Eurasianism does resemble an exaggerated version of the collectivist populist ethos that Putin has been trying to brand himself with. One of Eurasianism's supposed goals is combating US hegemony, and part of the Russian state media's propaganda has been to brand the Kremlin's actions as anti-imperialist. This framing is a convenient way to differentiate Russia's capitalism from Western capitalism, and to further distract people at home from class struggle. Because Russia appears to be trying to undermine US hegemony, many people who rightly despise all of the terrible things that the US empire has done tend to mistakenly view Russia as an anti-imperialist force. After all, many people remember the Soviet Union's efforts in aiding the anti-imperialist liberations of Cuba, Algeria, Angola, Egypt, and more. The USSR actually lost money aiding these efforts. But suffice to say that Russia today is not the Soviet Union. Russia today is an imperialist power, albeit on a much smaller scale than the USA. Although the recent invasion of Ukraine may make Russia's imperialist status seem obvious, imperialism is not limited to invasions. In fact, most imperialism doesn't require invasions at all. For Marxists, imperialism is the domination of one country's corporations over another country's natural resources and labor. Imperialism is often exerted indirectly, through trade deals, political corruption, and diplomatic relations maintained with the threat of internal military coups, assassinations, and sanctions. Russia fits all the criteria that Marxists use to define imperialism. If you want to learn more about exactly why Russia is imperialist, I highly recommend checking out this video by Marxist Paul on the screen, once you're done watching this video. Despite being on a far smaller scale than American imperialism, Russia pursues imperialist interests in countries such as Kazakhstan, Georgia, Moldova, the Ukraine, Syria, and more. In addition to national security concerns, another reason why Russia is terrified of Ukraine joining NATO and is invading them in response is because Ukraine has a lot of oil and gas. Europe staying dependent on Russian petrol is a key part of Russian geopolitical power. And if Ukraine is governed by pro-NATO forces, Western companies could take control of Ukraine's oil and gas reserves, and Russia could lose a lot of economic power. Sadly, Ukraine is a highly corrupt state caught between different imperialist powers. It's also important to remember that Russia overtly allies itself with imperialist countries. In fact, Russia has been one of Israel's closest allies and backs their apartheid settler colonialism. However, Putin does a clever job at justifying the Kremlin's foreign policy, shambolic democracy, and authoritarian practices by calling out the blatant hypocrisy of the United States when it comes to their own authoritarianism, imperialism, and lack of democracy. Indeed, Putin plays off US hypocrisy to often justify the Kremlin's actions by using liberal interventionist logic against itself. The reincorporation of Crimea in 2014 and the recent special military operation in Ukraine were justified by the need to prevent the Ukrainian genocide of the Russian-speaking population, using a similar logic that the United States employed to justify their military intervention in Yugoslavia, to supposedly prevent a genocide in Kosovo. In the course of its worsening relations with the USA, the tone of Russian diplomacy has become ever more ironic and includes elements of parody, as they mockingly copy the USA's playbook, knowing full well that the USA is in no position to morally condemn them. In the same way that American propaganda fixates on China and Russia's sins in order to distract their citizens from their own country's problems, Russian media also exposes US hypocrisy and the horrors of US imperialism in an effort to divert Russian citizens from challenging their own government. But still, conservative culture war ideology and state propaganda are not enough to prevent people from rebelling against the system. There are even more clever forms of soft power, such as inciting confusion and killing hope. A core part of the current Russian regime's strategy of control is confusion, intentionally putting out contradictory messages to blur the lines between what is real and what is not. This form of control in Russia was described very well in Adam Curtis's documentary titled Hypernormalization, where he depicted Putin's former chief propagandist, Vladislav Surkov. Throughout the 2000s up until 2020, Surkov was viewed as one of the most influential propagandists and ideologists of the Putin administration. He had a background in theater, and he brought his talents in theater and the arts to help the Kremlin develop a form of propaganda that was far more effective than previous forms of propaganda. Here's a clip from the documentary about how Surkov aided the propaganda of the Putin regime. Instead of merely promoting pro-state messages on TV and trying to convince citizens of a certain truth, Surkov showed the Kremlin how they could instead get citizens to doubt their very conception of truth itself, so that they could never really differentiate what is true from what is false. Instead of solely manufacturing support for the regime and smearing enemies of Putin, constantly confusing the public with contradictory messages would render them unable to challenge the regime in the first place. To go further, what is even more effective than telling people that the system is simply fine or diverting people's attention away from its problems is crushing people's very hope, creating a crippling sense of capitalist realism, the cynical view that there is no alternative to the current system, and that any attempt to resist it will be futile. I would argue that cynicism is a crucial part of social control in modern-day Russia. Due to feeling understandably hopeless about their current situation, many Russians feel nostalgia for the past, nostalgia for the Soviet Union, and Putin knows how to pay lip service to this nostalgia. But do Putin and the Kremlin elite really want to restore the Soviet Union? Is this the underlying reason why he launched his special military operation in Ukraine, as many people claim? Whoever does not miss the Soviet Union has no heart. Whoever wants to bring it back has no brain. Vladimir Putin. In light of Russia's recent invasion over Ukraine, there has been a widespread narrative that Putin aims to restore the Soviet Union. This has been perpetuated over and over in the Western media. As we explored in the previous video on the nature of Putin's regime, Putin ain't no communist. But Putin's ambiguous statements about the USSR often lead to a lot of confusion, and by cherry-picking certain quotes of his, it is easy for the media to make it seem as though Putin wants to bring back the USSR, and that he is nostalgic for it. And some empty-headed media outlets have even gone as far to call Putin a Marxist-Leninist. Putin has famously spoken of the fall of the USSR as a geopolitical catastrophe. Along with many other Russians of his generation, he seemed to have felt the sense of national humiliation that the Soviet collapse brought. But Putin saying this is by no means his endorsement of Soviet communism. The fact that the fall of the USSR was a humanitarian catastrophe is an undeniable reality to anyone who knows the slightest bit about the history. During this event, people who lived in the former Soviet republics experienced a decline in living standards even greater than the Great Depression. Yes, the Great Depression of 1929. It was worse than that. GDP declined by more than half. Hyperinflation accelerated after price controls were removed. Unemployment soared after the job guarantees of the Soviet Union were abolished. And as a result, crime rose drastically. Overall, a horrible situation. So when Putin said whoever does not miss the Soviet Union has no heart and whoever wants to bring it back has no brain, he was indeed paying lip service to the widespread Soviet nostalgia that exists in Russia. At the same time, he's clearly also signaling that communism is a dead dream of the past. Putin even helped fund museums and monuments for the victims of Soviet repression, and has repeatedly supported anti-communist propaganda. Although Joseph Stalin surprisingly remains a relatively popular figure in Russia to this day, especially among the elderly, Putin still condemns Stalin's Red Terror in a speech he did at a memorial for Soviet repression. Putin has also criticized Vladimir Lenin, from a standpoint that is more favorable to the Tsarist Russian Empire. For example, Putin frequently criticizes Lenin as a bad leader for giving up territory of the former Russian Empire and allowing Ukrainians, Kazakhs, and other peoples to have their own country, which Putin saw as a time bomb that would inevitably hurt Russian interests. In a speech trying to justify his recent invasion of Ukraine, Putin even blamed Lenin for quote-unquote creating the Ukraine, saying, quote, "Ukraine is the result of the Bolsheviks' policy and can rightly be called Vladimir Lenin's Ukraine. He was its creator and architect." Okay, we get it. Putin doesn't want to rebuild the Soviet Union. But does Putin want to rebuild the Russian Empire? Does Putin want to colonize Ukraine? There is little evidence to suggest that the Kremlin plans to completely take over all of the Ukraine. The evidence actually suggests that an invasion was not part of their plan A in the first place, as it would have a huge backlash economically and politically, as we're seeing right now. In fact, the president of the Ukraine himself didn't even expect an invasion, and firmly maintained that an invasion was unlikely despite Washington sending out warnings. The invasion of Ukraine has already been catastrophic for the Russian economy, and the war is extremely unpopular with both Ukrainians and Russians. Needless to say, Ukrainians have had it the worst. The invasion has not been going according to plan. Well, maybe because it wasn't ever really part of the plan. In addition, it would be very difficult for Russia to successfully take over all of Ukraine, and it would be impossible to maintain it. It would be extremely costly, and they would face resistance for a very long time, probably forever. Does Putin secretly want to restore the Russian Empire? Maybe. He probably does. He probably does fantasize about it, but that doesn't mean he will or can, as it would be impossible even if they wanted to do so. Now I would like to thank all my patrons, especially these generous people. One Dime is an entirely fan-funded project. Lots of in-depth research goes into these videos compared to much of the depthless political analysis out there on YouTube and the media. So if you want to help support the work I do on the One Dime channel and the One Dime Radio podcast, then consider becoming a patron. And be sure to hit that notification bell so you get notified when I upload the next video.
These guy. Guy makes a video, 2 videos a year. Probably because it's all in his. Wait, I don't know. Ooh, he's a podcast. No sé. How the stock market works. Oh man. Oh,
Israel and Hamas are now in an all-out war against each other, and it's already become the deadliest conflict in half a century. As the entire world watches this bloody conflict unfold, thousands of civilians on both sides have already been killed, and shockingly, it's expected to escalate even more. The conflict between Israel and Palestine has been ongoing for over 70 years, with Hamas calling the latest attack retribution for the worsening and decades of frankly appalling conditions for Palestinians living under Israeli military occupation since 1967. As the war intensifies, the US and its NATO allies are firmly on Israel's side, as the US has already sent warships, fighter jets, and munitions to the region. The world is on edge, as many have even suggested that this is the beginning of World War III. However, amid this escalating chaos, something absolutely insane has surfaced, growing accusations that this war is somehow all of China's fault. In today's video, we'll dissect these astonishing allegations and reveal the truth about China's stance in this conflict, as well as what China has and has not done. Trust me, the answer will completely shock you, so make sure that you watch until the end where I'll reveal what China has been doing to Israel for the past 7 years. Just last week, US Secretary of State Antony Blinken flew to Israel to pledge America's undying support for Israel, announcing, "You may be strong enough on your own to defend yourself, but as long as America exists, you will never, ever have to." NATO allies such as Germany instantly fell in line, with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz stating there is only one place for Germany, and that is side by side with Israel. He went even further and announced a ban of all Hamas activities in Germany and outlawed the pro-Palestinian group Samadun. However, the rest of the world is not as pro-Israel as the West, with most of the global South having a very different viewpoint. Interesting enough, these two maps tell a story of how divided and polarized our world truly is. Notice how most of the world didn't support sanctions on Russia, and besides the United States and its core allies, once again, most of the world recognizes Palestine as a sovereign state. As tensions and anxieties run high throughout the world and people take sides, some have even tried to blame China for this conflict. Blaming China for seemingly every problem has of course become a favorite pastime of the West. Here is Fox News' very own China expert, Gordon Chang, who recently tweeted this absurd allegation. China supports Hamas, China supports butchery. Gordon is a well-known China hawk who has been incorrectly predicting China's collapse for well over 20 years. His insights into China are completely fabricated and extremely easy to debunk. So let's dissect China's official position on the war to help everyone understand what China is really saying. China is deeply concerned over the current escalation of tensions and the violence between Palestine and Israel. We call on relevant parties to remain calm, exercise restraint, and immediately end the hostilities to protect civilians and avoid further deterioration of the situation. The recurrence of the conflict shows once again that the protracted standstill of the peace process cannot go on. The fundamental way out of the conflict lies in implementing the two-state solution and establishing an independent state of Palestine. The international community needs to act with greater urgency, step up input into the Palestine question, facilitate the early resumption of peace talks between Palestine and Israel, and find a way to bring about enduring peace. China will continue to work relentlessly with the international community towards that end. This official statement from China's foreign ministry barely made a blip in Western media, and when it did, they obsessed about China failing to condemn Hamas. However, the truth is that China is walking a very tight rope here because it maintains good relations with both Palestine and Israel. This is also exactly how China responded to the war in Ukraine, because China also has good relations with both Russia and Ukraine. Unlike the United States, who only wants to align themselves with countries who embrace the same political system and ideology, China is interested in strengthening economic ties and trade with all countries, and couldn't care less what political system you have. It's this neutral and non-interventionist approach that is the defining feature of China's foreign policy, and this new war in Israel and Palestine is no exception. Maintaining this impartiality also gives China a clear diplomatic advantage because this gives it a strong negotiating power with both sides of any conflict, as neither side can simply dismiss China as partial to the other. Due to this unique position China is in, it has been often seen, even by the West, as a potential neutral mediator in recent conflicts throughout the world. Earlier this year, China brokered an unprecedented peace deal in the Middle East between long-term enemies Saudi Arabia and Iran. And it's precisely because of this neutrality that China succeeded in doing so after Western powers has consistently failed. Therefore, China's position on this new war is in fact fully consistent with its past stances. China is not evading the issue or weaseling its way out of doing the right thing and standing with Israel, as the West has accused. Instead, China is committed to staying neutral, and this is completely normal and justifiable given its deep ties with both Israel and Palestine. Now, some critics have called China hypocritical for advocating a two-state solution for Palestine, but not supporting the same solution for Tibet, Xinjiang, or Hong Kong. However, those who make this allegation don't understand China and the simple fact that all of these regions are an inalienable part of China, and not a single country on earth recognizes any of these regions as independent. This is a stark contrast to the situation in Palestine, where once again, most of the world does in fact recognize Palestine as a sovereign state, and even Israel's closest ally, the United States, has been a large proponent of a two-state solution for most of the last half-century. In Gaza, Palestinians live under military occupation. They have no hope for a better future, and the region is often called the world's largest open-air prison. 50% of people living in Gaza are in extreme poverty, with Gaza having the world's highest unemployment rate. Quite frankly, these are the exact breeding grounds for extreme terrorism, and the only way to solve this problem is providing future generations in Gaza the right to freedoms and a chance at a better life. Here is a hot take that you'll never hear from Western media. Israel should have learned from China on how to deal with this problem. China faced terrorism in Xinjiang, but instead of killing innocent Uyghurs, the Chinese government pushed for investment into infrastructure, tourism, cotton, and solar panels to enrich and better the average Uyghur's life. Today, the average Xinjiang Uyghur is almost twice as wealthy as the average Thai, and almost 3 times as wealthy as the average Vietnamese citizen. Once again, Israel should have learned from China, but it hasn't, and instead is stuck in this never-ending cycle of violence and hate. Now, what I've said here about Xinjiang might come as a surprise to anyone who believes the Western narrative that China has turned the province into an Orwellian hellhole with slave labor and concentration camps. But stay tuned until next week, because I'm releasing a new video breaking down a shocking new report from 2 German scholars who finally reveal the truth that Western media refuses to tell you about China's Xinjiang province. But for now, let's debunk the myth that China supports Hamas and is to blame for this new war. The essence of these allegations is that because Iran supports Hamas and China has economic ties with Iran, China is therefore directly responsible for the bloodshed. Claims have even surfaced accusing China of secretly plotting with Iran to use Hamas to destroy Israel. Honestly, it feels silly that this needs to be explained, but given the shocking prevalence of these views on Western social media and news outlets, let's break it down. While China does maintain a good economic relationship with Iran, countless other countries do too, including key US allies and partners such as Turkey and the United Arab Emirates, the former of which is even a NATO member. However, allow me to drop a massive truth bomb here that will 100% shatter these latest allegations. While China has certainly helped Iran recover its sluggish economy, its relationship with Iran is not in any way special, unique, or even substantial compared to its ties with other countries in the region. In fact, for the past 7 years, China has actually invested more money into Israel than it has Iran, based on data collected by the China Med Project, one of the most comprehensive research projects that documents and quantifies China's deepening ties in the region. What's more, the data shows that China has actually developed a closer relationship with Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE than it has with Iran in terms of economic, diplomatic, and military cooperation. This, of course, includes oil, of which China imports far more from Saudi Arabia and the UAE than it does from Iran. And what's most striking here is that all three of these nations, Israel, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE, are all close friends and security allies of the United States. Thus, the West accusing China of being too close to Iran and fraternizing with the enemy of the West is completely irrational. What's even more ironic is that critics in the West, especially the United
This guy
States,
better be
have been
right,
quick to denounce China's ties with Iran, while at the same time condemning China
because I want
for
to
not using
believe
these exact same ties to pressure
China's
Iran
good-ish.
into ending its support of Hamas. Let's also not forget that the United States is happy to cut deals with Iran when it suits them. Just last month, it was ready to pay Iran $6 billion as part of a prisoner swap, although it has since withdrawn that promise after the fighting between Israel and Hamas began. In conclusion, the horrific new war in Israel and Palestine has shocked the entire world, and the indiscriminate killing of thousands of civilians, including women and children, is utterly disturbing and inhumane, regardless of which side does it. Cooler heads must prevail right now and bring an immediate end to this needless bloodshed. This is what all nations on Earth need to be calling for. Unfortunately, this conflict shows no signs of dying down and has the potential to trigger a wider conflict that pulls in other nations and even start World War III if it is not de-escalated. Also, it doesn't help that
That's what
social
they said
media is
about
currently overflowing with
fucking
disinformation,
Ukraine.
including about China's stance and its own involvement. But as I've shown in today's video, China's position is very clear. It's called for an immediate de-escalation and end to the violence, and asserts that the only way to achieve this is by implementing the two-state solution and establishing an independent state of Palestine. Most importantly, it's also invested heavily in nations all throughout the region, including Israel, and wishes to strengthen its economic and diplomatic cooperation with them while maintaining its signature neutral and non-interventionist stance. As a result, China has absolutely nothing to gain and everything to lose by taking sides or inciting conflict in the Middle East. Overall, as is typical of Western criticism of China, China can't ever do anything right and is condemned if it does and condemned if it doesn't. But if you're really interested in seeing what China's relationship is with the Middle East, make sure that you watch this video, breaking down the Belt and Road Initiative and how China has directly impacted the lives of over 2 billion Muslims in the region. Click here to watch this video now. And everybody, thank you so much for spending time with me here on YouTube. We're going to continue to follow this story, and I can't wait to see you in our next video soon. After decades of failed engagement, the US is steadily losing its influence in the Middle East. As I reported earlier this week, China just brokered a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and now China is enacting its master plan to dominate and transform the region in its own image. In recent years, China has been eager to secure its energy security for the next century and sees the Middle East and after decades of failed engagement, the US is steadily losing its influence in the Middle East. As I reported earlier this week, China just brokered a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and now China is enacting its master plan to dominate and transform the region in its own image. In recent years, China has been eager to secure its energy security for the next century and sees the Middle East and its abundance of oil and natural gas as key to achieving this. As a result, China's trade with the Middle East has absolutely exploded and now dwarfs that of the United States. Today, China is the nation's biggest foreign investor and the biggest trading partner for the oil-rich Gulf nations. What's even more revealing, virtually all of the Middle Eastern nations are now members of China's Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI. Just last year, 57% of all BRI funding went to the Middle East, with Saudi Arabia topping the global rankings with $5.5 billion in Chinese investments received. Meanwhile, China is now the Middle East's biggest energy customer, with around 40% of its energy-related imports coming from the region. In short, China's economic presence and ties with the region have surged, and this shows no signs of slowing. But has China's engagement with the Middle East helped achieve its long-term goals, or is China only interested in getting its hands on the region's oil? In particular, what, if anything, has engagement with China done for everyday people in the Middle East? If you listen to Western media, China's involvement in the region is often branded as neo-colonialism and an exploitative debt trap. Critics will argue that China's ambition is to deplete the region of its natural wealth without any consideration for its people or its future. But in this video, I'm going to reveal the truth about what China's heavy engagement has done to the region, in particular, the local people. Make sure you stay tuned to the end of the video while I'll reveal how a single Chinese project in one Middle Eastern city directly impacts the lives of millions of Muslims.
Can't tell fucking loud, man, because there's a bunch of cubicles and shit. Como ahorita estoy cagando, no hay nadie. Pero, no, es que se oye todo.
Oye eso. Oye eso.
Around the world. Let's jump right into the critical issue the Middle East faces. For decades, the region has been on an ambitious mission to transform from an underdeveloped, war-torn area into an advanced, industrialized economy and major trade and tech hub connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. To this purpose, several nations in the lives of millions of Muslims around the world. Let's jump right into the critical issue the Middle East faces. For decades, the region has been on an ambitious mission to transform from an underdeveloped, war-torn area into an advanced, industrialized economy and major trade and tech hub connecting Europe, Asia, and Africa. To this purpose, several nations in the region have announced massive nationwide development plans aimed at fulfilling this aspiration. For example, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Iraq, Egypt, and Kuwait have all announced their own Vision 2030 initiatives, which will fundamentally transform their nations from the ground up. But here is where it gets very interesting. A common and central goal among these initiatives is to become less dependent on oil exports and diversify their economy towards other sources of income. This is because for decades, oil-rich nations in the Middle East have been heavily dependent on oil to grow their economies. In fact, for nations such as Saudi Arabia and Iraq, oil reserves account for almost half of their GDP. While such vast oil endowments have certainly made them rich and are in many ways a blessing, it's actually a double-edged sword in what is known as the resource curse. The more your economy depends on oil reserves, the more it is at the mercy of global oil prices, which have known to be very volatile. In light of this, the next fact might shock you. China has already become the main business partner in many of these ambitious initiatives. That's right, the Middle East's biggest oil customer is helping it reduce its oil dependency. If China was only interested in obtaining its oil and nothing else, this simply would not happen. To prove this, we need to look no further than Saudi Arabia, the largest economy in the Middle East and one of the world's biggest oil producers. China is not only Saudi Arabia's biggest trading partner, but also its largest oil customer, buying over a quarter of the country's oil exports. However, contrary to popular belief in the West, the ties between China and Saudi Arabia extend far beyond just oil. Just last December, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Saudi Arabia to meet with the Crown Prince and Prime Minister, Mohammed bin Salman, and the two nations officially established the highest level partnership possible, a so-called Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. This landmark agreement formalized extensive cooperation between Saudi Arabia's own Vision 2030 and the Belt and Road Initiative. It was also accompanied by 34 other investment deals spanning virtually every key sector imaginable, including clean energy, housing, transportation, infrastructure, and 5G development. As Jason Tooley, an economist at London-based Capital Economics, reveals, Saudi Arabia sees China as its main growth engine at a time when demand for oil in many developed markets is falling. Saudi Vision 2030 is perhaps the most ambitious of its kind in the region, as it involves several enormous gigaprojects whose planned investments exceed $10 billion. Like other such initiatives in the region, the central goal is to diversify the economy away from oil revenues. Despite this, China is still poised to be the main business partner involved. The biggest of these gigaprojects is Saudi Arabia's plan to build a futuristic, smart megacity from scratch. Named Neom, it'll be 33 times the size of New York City and will be powered exclusively by renewable energies. As a result, this is one of the most ambitious, innovative projects ever conceived. The Saudis plan to turn Neom into a new economic zone. Projects is Saudi Arabia's plan to build a futuristic, smart megacity from scratch. Named Neom, it'll be 33 times the size of New York City and will be powered exclusively by renewable energies. As a result, this is one of the most ambitious, innovative projects ever conceived. The Saudis plan to turn Neom into a new economic zone and emulate the success of Shenzhen, an economic zone built from scratch and which has already surpassed neighboring cities Hong Kong and Guangzhou in terms of GDP. The most breathtaking project within this massive zone will be called The Line, which will be a whopping 170 kilometers long, 500 meters high, and only 200 meters wide megastructure meant to house an entire city. This will be one continuous structure with an entirely glass mirror exterior and will be able to accommodate over 1 million residents. This structure will be so massive that it will be clearly visible from space. And if this sounds completely inconceivable, consider that China's state-owned conglomerate, the Power Construction Corporation of China, or Power China, has already begun building its foundation. And let's also not forget that China is highly experienced in huge infrastructure projects, including building entire cities and economic zones from scratch, such as Shenzhen, Xiong'an, and Shanghai's glittering financial district, Pudong. Simply put, if there's anyone that can pull off this insane project, it's definitely China. All in all, developers predict the line will generate almost 400,000 new jobs and boost the nation's GDP by some $48 billion. If the case of Saudi Arabia doesn't convince you, the case of Iraq certainly will. Iraq is one of the world's biggest oil producers, closely behind Saudi Arabia. Despite being rich in oil, the country has suffered for decades from crumbling infrastructure due to successive wars and endemic corruption. As a result, Iraq joined the BRI in 2019 with a main goal of upgrading its infrastructure, in addition to diversifying its economy towards non-oil revenues. Fast forward to today, and China has agreed to build 90,000 residential houses, 1,000 healthcare facilities, and upgrade the sewage system in the capital city of Baghdad. What's more, China State Construction Engineering Corporation has signed on to a $370 million project to completely rehabilitate the Nasiriyah International Airport. This project will include the construction of a new terminal building, an air traffic control building, a cargo building, and a 25-kilometer airport expressway. Furthermore, Power China is building a solar PV park to supply the nation with 2,000 megawatts of clean energy. But it doesn't stop there. Arguably, the most impressive agreement reached is the 2021 deal with Chinese companies Power China and Sinotech to build 8,000 schools throughout the country over the next several years. According to UNICEF, this directly addresses one of Iraq's most pressing issues. Decades of conflict and underinvestment in Iraq have destroyed what used to be the best education system in the region. 1 in every 2 schools is damaged and needs rehabilitation. There are close to 3.2 million school-aged Iraqi children out of school. This deal, for which construction has already begun, received considerable attention on overseas social media, with many foreign netizens contrasting this with the US fiascos in the country. Many unanimously expressed the phrase, "America bombs, while China builds." Through the BRI, China is also involved in several other Vision 2030 initiatives in the Middle East. In Qatar, for example, Chinese companies have already been involved in numerous development projects that have a direct impact on local people. In return, Qatar has become China's second largest source of LNG, that is liquefied natural gas. The ties between these two nations go way back, as Qatar joined the BRI only a year after it was launched. Qatar was also a founding member of the China-led Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. For example, China Harbor Engineering Company played a major role in the construction of Haman Port, which is now the country's main seaport and one of the largest in the Middle East. This port is a major part of Qatar's Vision 2030 and has boosted the country's trade worldwide and helped diversify its economy as a result. China has also worked on Qatar's Mega Reservoirs project, a network of 5 massive potable water reservoirs that can provide a strategic water supply to the entire population for 7 days in case of a water emergency. Furthermore, thanks to the Chinese tech company Huawei, in 2018, Qatar became the first nation in the world to launch a nationwide live 5G network, which now covers 90% of the country's populated areas. This network played a central role in the success of the FIFA World Cup held in Qatar last year. This kind of Chinese engagement that directly impacts local populations can be seen almost everywhere across the Middle East. In Egypt, for example, China State Construction Engineering Corporation has been awarded a contract to build the entire central business district of the country's new administrative capital, which is slated to be home to over 30 skyscrapers, including the iconic tower, which will be the largest skyscraper of the African continent. This is predicted to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs, as well as attract foreign investment, which will be crucial in supporting Egypt's booming population of 110 million people. Egypt and China's relationship again goes way back, with Egypt being one of the first countries in the world to join the BRI, and China being one of the only countries to provide financial support following instability from the 2011 Arab Spring protests. I'll leave you with a compelling final example that has directly impacted the lives of millions of Muslims across the world, and it's likely not what you expect. It involves the Saudi Arabian city of Mecca, which is considered the holiest city in Islam. In 2010, China Railway Construction Corporation finished building the Mecca Metro. This light rail was built specifically to ease the severe traffic congestion on the roads during the Hajj, which is an annual Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca. It links 3 main Hajj destinations and thus provides a convenient transportation option for Muslim pilgrims. Every year, the rail conveniently transports millions of pilgrims between holy sites during the 5 days of Hajj. It has been described by many pilgrims as nothing short of a revolutionary upgrade. Furthermore, this is actually part of a much larger project aimed at easing pilgrim traffic. The much larger Haramain high-speed rail project, finished in 2018, connects Islam's holiest city Mecca with its second holiest city, Medina. The 450-kilometer high-speed railway is designed to carry 60 million
Medina.
passengers a year and cuts travel time between the two cities to under 2
Medina.
hours, down from 6 hours by bus. Simply put, this Chinese project directly benefits millions of Muslim pilgrims every year and facilitates their religious devotion to the holiest of cities. In conclusion, the simple truth is that while China is indeed keen to access the region's resources to secure its energy needs, Middle Eastern countries are just as eager to partner with China to receive its capital and gain access to its deep technology and development expertise. Most importantly, the Middle East has now pivoted away from the United States and towards China for these partnerships. The reason for this is quite simple. Due to decades of poor engagement by the United States, not to mention its invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan, and involvement in several other devastating conflicts that have destabilized large parts of the Middle East to this day, many Middle Eastern countries have become disillusioned with the US' true intentions. By contrast, China's policy of non-interventionism and pursuing win-win scenarios is a breath of fresh air for the region. As a result, the Middle East now looks to China for the foreign investment and expertise it needs to advance.
Good.
But don't take it from me. According to established research
Good.
institutions, such as the Pew Research Center and the Arab Barometer from Princeton
Barometer.
University, the majority of political elites and the general public in the Middle East perceive China's engagement in the region positively, and unlike Western investment, it does not come with any strings attached or evoke memories of the region's colonial past. In addition, what they found particularly attractive is that unlike the US or EU, China does not interfere in the internal affairs or stipulate that democracy has to be a precondition for investment. Just remember, Western media will portray China as a predatory lender who is only interested in seizing the Middle East oil. But as I've outlined in today's video, the reality of the situation is much different. China is a peacemaker, investor, and key economic partner for the region, something the United States has never had an interest in becoming. Everyone, I want to thank you for making it to this point in the video, and I hope you enjoyed this deep dive analysis into the Belt and Road project in the Middle East. As you can see from these many examples, there is a tremendous amount of involvement, and this is why over 149 countries around the world have signed up to China's Belt and Road Initiative. If you're interested in learning more about the BRI, make sure that you click this playlist and watch all the videos that we've done on the Belt and Road Initiatives. My name is Cyrus Jansen. I want to thank you so much for spending. Latin America is
Gotta watch these. What I wanted. I am very curious as to what's Thailand's. What is it? GDP. How does Thailand make their money? The economy of Thailand more than tourism. It's 2 years ago. Fuck it, we'll watch it. I got a pedo.
This is Thailand. The Thai economy is the second largest in Southeast Asia, being right in the centre of one of the most vibrant economic clusters on the planet. Famous for its sun, sand and sea, Thailand is so much more than just a tourist hotspot. We're here to discuss Thailand's overall economic journey, not just more recent events given the time available. The nation went on an incredible growth run in the second half of the 20th century. However, economic growth has been trending downwards, leading some to suggest Thailand's economy is stuck in a middle income trap. So what are the factors behind this in Thailand's case? How did a scheme to increase rice production impact the economy? And what is Thailand pinning its economic hopes on? As always, to understand an economy today, it's vital to get a sense of its history. How colonialism impacted Thailand without even being a colony. Thailand is fairly unique in being the only country in Southeast Asia to avoid direct colonial rule, excluding the areas actually invaded. You see, back in the 19th century, Thailand, or as it was known then, Siam, was virtually surrounded by British colonies to the west and south and French ones to the north and east, being a buffer state to both empires. However, this certainly didn't mean the colonial powers weren't influential, particularly when it came to trade. In 1855, Thailand signed the Bowring Treaty with Great Britain, which basically meant tariffs were kept to 3% or below. Similar treaties were quickly made with other colonial powers, though it's important to point out that such treaties should not be mistaken with the free trade agreements we have today. The terms were very much geared to extracting natural resources and importing expensive machinery, at the expense of any domestic competition. These treaties became even more important after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, which sharply increased trade, particularly for rice. It's estimated that rice exports increased 25-fold between 1850 and the 1930s, with the nation comprising about a third of the world trade. And this agricultural focus on exports was reflective of the wider economy, being heavily dependent on agriculture, despite the low tariffs. Many argue that poor trade terms stifled domestic industry and deprived the government of revenues. Counterintuitively, such an open trade regime meant that whilst Thailand ran a trade surplus, its domestic market remained pretty stagnant. One very good reason for this was that a significant proportion of profits weren't reinvested locally but sent abroad. This profit leakage was partly due to foreign companies repatriating profits. However, by skipping over a lot of history here, the Second World War saw the decline of the old trading houses, a period of radical change which helped the domestic economy to really start growing, as we're about to find out. How did Thailand's economy This is Thailand. The Thai economy is the second largest in Southeast Asia, being right in the centre of one of the most vibrant economic clusters on the planet. Famous for its sun, sand and sea, Thailand is so much more than just a tourist hotspot. We're here to discuss Thailand's overall economic journey, not just more recent events given the time available. The nation went on an incredible growth run in the second half of the 20th century. However, economic growth has been trending downwards, leading some to suggest Thailand's economy is stuck in a middle income trap. So what are the factors behind this in Thailand's case? How did a scheme to increase rice production impact the economy? And what is Thailand pinning its economic hopes on? As always, to understand an economy today, it's vital to get a sense of its history, how colonialism impacted Thailand without even being a colony. Thailand is fairly unique in being the only country in Southeast Asia to avoid direct colonial rule, excluding the areas actually invaded. You see, back in the 19th century, Thailand, or as it was known then, Siam, was virtually surrounded by British colonies to the west and south and French ones to the north and east, being a buffer state to both empires. However, this certainly didn't mean the colonial powers weren't influential, particularly when it came to trade. In 1855, Thailand signed the Bowring Treaty with Great Britain, which basically meant tariffs were kept to 3% or below. Similar treaties were quickly made with other colonial powers, though it's important to point out that such treaties should not be mistaken with the free trade agreements we have today. The terms were very much geared to extracting natural resources and importing expensive machinery, at the expense of any domestic competition. These treaties became even more important after the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869, which sharply increased trade, particularly for rice. It's estimated that rice exports increased 25-fold between 1850 and the 1930s, with the nation comprising about a third of the world trade. And this agricultural focus on exports was reflective of the wider economy, being heavily dependent on agriculture, despite the low tariffs. Many argue that poor trade terms stifled domestic industry and deprived the government of revenues. Counterintuitively, such an open trade regime meant that whilst Thailand ran a trade surplus, its domestic market remained pretty stagnant. One very good reason for this was that a significant proportion of profits weren't reinvested locally but sent abroad. This profit leakage was partly due to foreign companies repatriating profits. However, by skipping over a lot of history here, the Second World War saw the decline of the old trading houses, a period of radical change which helped the domestic economy to really start growing, as we're about to find out. How did Thailand's economy take off? By the late 1940s, the economy was still one based on agriculture, particularly rice cultivation, which accounted for an estimated 25% of GDP and half of exports. As we've discussed in other videos, a post-war emphasis was placed on rapid industrialization, achieving a great deal of economic growth through structural transition from low productivity agriculture to higher productivity industry. Yet, it's worth noting that land reform was not as far-reaching or effective as other nations who rapidly industrialized. The UN reports that only a quarter of farmers have irrigation, with average farming plots fairly small, limiting economies of scale and investments in capital. Today, around 30% of the workforce are still employed in agriculture, with the nation reaching the important milestone of becoming a majority urban country in 2018. Now, tracking back to how Thailand industrialized at the start, by the 1960s, an attractive idea doing the rounds amongst pretty much anyone who would listen was import substitution. As usual, in theory, this was a great idea, yet the reality was completely different. Thailand's relatively small domestic market meant the strategy was ditched, being replaced with one favouring export-orientated growth. So, focusing on export-led growth, with a bit of help from our old friend Comparative Advantage, helped the country raise its income. Importantly, in Thailand's case, macroeconomic stability in the decades following World War II was crucial. Now, this economic stability was largely the result of the setup of Thai governance. Note I said economic stability, which was a hangover from beliefs from the colonial era that financial failures risked foreign intervention, a point we'll come back to in a minute. You see, economic governance was largely separate from politics. Technocrats ran day-to-day economic affairs and set a lot of the rules. Though, to be fair, more recent times have seen this separate technocratic governance fade. As we've discussed before, the 80s and the early 90s were in general a period of rapid growth for the region. Thailand was no exception, experiencing some of its best growth during this period. As part of a macroeconomic stability strategy, the Thai currency was pegged to the dollar. However, as the economy grew, credit exploded, with vast sums of foreign capital pouring into the market. From the outside, the fundamentals looked strong, though rumours started to circulate over just how stable the system actually was. By 1997, the Thai currency had come under increasing attack to abandon its currency peg, with the central bank's reserves to defend the currency quickly being depleted, resulting in a forced free float and an IMF bailout. If you're interested in learning more about the Asian financial crisis, then check out our Malaysia video, where we go into this in much more detail. A shameless piece of self-promotion, I know. Now back to the video. Ultimately, the crisis-induced reforms and a much more competitive exchange rate, which was floating, led the nation to export its way out. Though to be fair, Thailand, like many countries, has been criticised for currency manipulation, featuring on a watch list of currency manipulators. So, with the historical aspects covered, it's time to consider the economy of Thailand in more recent years, one often associated with tourism. Though it's fair to ask, is Thailand's economy more than just tourism? Thailand, for a lot of people, is closely associated with tourism, and for a very good reason. Bangkok is routinely the most visited city on Earth, with tourism before the events which shall not be named accounting for roughly a fifth of both GDP and employment, a vital source of foreign currency, with its lockdown-induced collapse in 2020 being a big reason why Thailand was tipped to be the second poorest performer amongst Southeast Asian nations. However, saying all of this, Thailand is much more than just tourism. Putting down your beach towels for a second, or more likely a year plus, it has a substantial manufacturing sector, which accounts for a third of GDP. Electronics and steel production are large industries, but car manufacturing is a flagship industry. It's become some sort of Detroit of Asia, one in its prime of course. What the nation does well is provide the car parts and assembly hubs for most major car brands, with this sector accounting for roughly 10% of GDP. Yet, this doesn't hide the fact that Thailand's economic growth has slowed down considerably long before 2020. Why has economic growth trended downwards? A slowdown in growth is natural as an economy develops, though Thailand has routinely underperformed its benchmarks in recent years. Don't get us wrong, incomes have on average been rising. For example, the country reached upper income status in 2011. Yet, given the inputs available, economists are anticipating just a little bit more, suggesting that certain factors are dragging on growth. Here is where similarities with Malaysia, for example, can be drawn. Both countries suffer from low productivity. In Thailand's case, a strong source of historic productivity gains has been the sector shift from agriculture to manufacturing, though this is a short-term strategy, as once the shift is made, the initial boost fades away. Less than half of the labour force has primary schooling, through no fault of their own. But what this means in practice is that low-skilled productivity employment, whether that be tourism or agriculture, is a big employer. Another factor is Thailand's declining rate of foreign direct investment. Directed appropriately, FDI can certainly stimulate an economy, and in the right context, facilitate the transfer of knowledge. For a country which is still urban...
Time out. What is this Halloween ambient? See if this is on YouTube Music. Oh no. It's badass music.
Recognizing this can be FDI can certainly stimulate an economy, and in the right context, facilitate the transfer of knowledge. For a country which is still urbanizing, this can be a huge win. In truth, there is rarely one reason why FDI would decline, though in recent years, growing concerns of a trade war between two of its largest trading partners hasn't helped. Nor has political instability, something we're definitely going to be touching on later in the video, but according to the World Bank's Political Stability Index, Thailand ranked 142nd in the world, between Brazil and Russia. Interestingly, the top ranked country on this index was Iceland. Pretty cool for a country based on an active volcano. Foreign investment has also been hampered longer term by legislation. Take the ownership of land, which is notoriously restricted. Not to mention the Foreign Business Act, which effectively places sectors into categories, with harsher restrictions for industries deemed more worthy of protection. Though to be fair, the list isn't static, and moves have been made to liberalise, but it still doesn't help the investment climate. Now, when discussing productivity and investment, it's hard to avoid the role of Thailand's state-owned enterprises, which in excess can often be taken as a red flag for non-competitive practices. In 2010, they accounted for an estimated 32% of GDP, and 5 years later, 40%. So yeah, they are a pretty big deal, frequently expanding at a faster rate than the Thai economy itself. It's worth noting that these megacorps focus mainly on the provision of public services. Think electricity, telecoms, and transport. What's most interesting about these organizations, though, is that on average, they make a profit. But why? After all, we've mentioned numerous times on numerous videos how eventually industries have to become competitive to be sustainable in the long run. Well, there are three main reasons. Firstly, they are often monopolies, so can charge monopolistic rents. Secondly, they are granted preferential treatment in procuring goods and services. And thirdly, where necessary, the government provides cheap loans or just straight up cash. Plus, there's a useful loophole that if they're not incorporated, they pay no corporation tax. Instead, they're treated as a department of the state, though this does come with making contributions to the state treasury, contributing over 5% of all state revenue in recent years. We never said they'd get a free lunch. Sticking with the theme of government, we stated earlier how political instability can weigh on an economy, and depending on who you ask, Thailand has had about 13 coups in about 80 years, putting it at or near the top worldwide. The truth is though, the exact number is unknown, as many failed coup attempts go unreported. Talk about the political landscape can often give us a good insight into why economic strategies are pursued, why populist policies have not always worked out for Thailand. Whilst all countries have their fair share of questionable policies, it's worth highlighting two of Thailand's, and for balance, we'll also be mentioning some of their more positive policies afterwards. One of the questionable policies was Thailand's rice pledging strategy between 2011 and 14. This seems like a long time ago, but it's had far-reaching consequences. Essentially, the strategy was to offer money to farmers in exchange for their rice, or a rice pledge. You can see the appeal. Thailand is the world's second largest rice exporter, with a third of its workforce based in agriculture, so it sounds simple enough. The trouble though was that the price offered to farmers was way above the market rate, up to 50% above, with massive uncapped uptake at the start. This ended up costing well over $15 billion, an amount not expected to be paid back for another 8 years, according to Thailand's Debt Management Office, even going so far as to be cited as a credit rating risk factor, and one of the many reasons for the 2014 military coup. Sadly, critics claim it also hasn't spurred on rice productivity, with Thailand notoriously lagging in this sector. To be fair though, increasing incomes for an often marginalised group such as farmers is a policy within itself, just an extremely expensive one in this case. Another great idea on paper was Thailand's first-time car buyer scheme. The basic idea behind it was being to kickstart domestic consumption of cars, in a country which, as discussed, already produced a lot of cars. Though, as you can see, whilst car sales did improve, this higher consumption wasn't sustained. Again, not something unique to Thailand, with the country also launching schemes to stimulate demand since. Now, so far, we have discussed a number of challenges and issues facing the Thai economy. But what is its economic plan to build the economy? Something called Thailand 4.0. 4.0 represents the next stage in growth. Stage 1 was agriculture, 2 light industry, and 3 advanced industry, with stage 4 being all about tech and innovation. In fairness, the plan is aimed at addressing some of the challenges we mentioned earlier, targeting productivity, wealth inequality, and human development. Key to acting out this plan is Thailand's new economic growth hubs, starting with the East Economic Corridor, a corridor which covers 13,000 square kilometers across the Bay of Thailand. the plan being to turn the area into a tech manufacturing and services hub, with strong connectivity by land, air and sea. Infrastructure development and job creation are also fundamental. Think high-speed rail, better roads, and airport expansion. However, a key way of funding this is by offering tax breaks to foreign firms and workers, which economists have questioned, primarily whether this truly addresses the nation's investment barriers, with lingering concerns regarding bureaucracy, stability, and high perceived levels of corruption, noting that Thailand ranks 101st in the world according to the Corruption Transparency Index. Whether Thailand can address these issues will be just as important as anything they build. So overall, we've seen that Thailand has a unique history, though not escaping the influence of the powers of the time. Agriculture has, and to some extent still is, a large part of economic reality, which is despite a strong process to industrialise and substantial services sector, albeit one skewed towards tourism, which is crucial to Thailand as the economic fallout of 2020 proved. But by far not the only sector. The trend down in economic growth is attributable to a variety of factors, including legislative barriers to investment, the dominance of state-owned enterprises, and poor productivity. At times, questionable policies have been adopted, though to be fair, Thailand is far from alone in this regard. Its Thailand 4.0 strategy is testament to a country looking to the future, and let's not forget, the country has made significant progress. Thailand has a lot going for it, and whilst we could never cover everything, we hope we've provided a sense of the economy. And now, it's over to you. Do you think Thailand has made incredible progress? Are its questionable policies overstated? Will Thailand 4.0 work? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Something we also came across while researching for this was the proposed Thai Canal project, a huge mega project which would be a game changer not just for Thailand, but the entire continent and beyond. So let us know if this is something you would like. A huge mega project which would be a game changer not just for Thailand, but the entire continent and beyond. Work. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below. Something we also came across while researching for this was the proposed Thai Canal project, a huge mega project which would be a game changer not just for Thailand, but the entire continent and beyond. So let us know if this is something
Over the last 4
Slow as
decades,
shit.
Thailand has made remarkable progress in social and economic development, moving from a low income to an upper middle income country in less than a generation. As such, Thailand has been a widely cited development success story, with sustained strong growth and impressive poverty reduction in the past. Thailand's economy grew at an average annual rate of 7.5% in the boom years of 1960 to 1996, and 5% during 1999 to 2005 following the Asian financial crisis. This growth created millions of jobs that helped pull millions of people out of poverty. Gains along multiple dimensions of welfare have been impressive. More children are getting more years of education, and virtually everyone is now covered by health insurance, while other forms of social security have expanded. However, the growth prospects from the export-led model that not long ago powered so much of Thailand's economic growth seem to have diminished significantly, owing to stagnation in productivity. Average growth in total factor productivity (TFP) stagnated from a high of 3.6% per annum during the early 2000s to just 1.3% during 2009 to 2017. Private investment declined from more than 40% in 1997 to 16.9% of GDP in 2019. while foreign direct investment flows and participation in global value chains have shown signs of stagnation. The COVID-19 pandemic has also dealt a blow to the economy, aggravating the structural challenges. In 2020, the economy is estimated to have contracted by 6.1%. This is sharply steeper than the decline that occurred during the 2008 global financial crisis by 0.3%, and second only to the 7.2% contraction in 1998, the sharpest full-year economic contraction in the past 25 years. Thailand has made remarkable progress in reducing poverty from 58% in 1990 to 6.8% in 2020, driven by high growth rates and structural transformation. But 79% of the poor remain in rural areas, mainly in agricultural households. Thailand's poverty reduction slowed from 2015 onwards, with poverty increasing in 2016, 2018, and 2020, mirroring a slowing economy, stagnating farm and business incomes, and the COVID-19 crisis. It finds that in 2020, the poverty rate was over 3 percentage points higher in rural areas than in urban zones, and the number of rural poor outnumbered the urban poor by almost 2.3 million. The distribution of poverty has also been uneven across geographic regions, with the poverty rate in the south and in the northeast almost double the poverty rate at the national level. According to the Thailand Economic Monitor, Thailand's economy is projected to recover to its pre-pandemic level in 2022, but the pace of growth will be slower than expected in 2023 owing to global headwinds. Though GDP measured in US dollars declines in 2022, amounting to $495.3 billion from $505.6 billion in 2021. The weakening is due to the fluctuation of the baht against the US dollar. Thailand's economy expanded by 2.6% in 2022, where GDP amounting to 17 trillion and 367 billion baht, compared to 2021's GDP of 16 trillion and 166 billion baht measured on the country's local currency unit. The economy is projected to expand by 3.6% in 2023. Growth in 2023 has been revised down by 0.7 percentage points compared to earlier projections, reflecting the faster than expected decline in global demand. Tourism sector recovery and private consumption will remain the major drivers of growth. Thailand's fiscal response to COVID-19 significantly mitigated the impact of the crisis on household welfare. Poverty is, however, projected to rise to 6.6% in 2022 from 6.3% in 2021 as the COVID-19 relief measures start to be phased out amid elevated inflation. Additional shocks, including a renewed spike in energy prices, may further erode fiscal space unless more targeted and cost-effective social assistance measures are introduced. Thailand's 2020 Human Capital Index, HCI, of 0.61 indicates that the future productivity of a child born today will be 39% below what could have been achieved with complete education and full health. Thailand is renowned for its universal health care program and success in child nutrition, but the quality of education remains a weak point for the country's human development. According to the index, the country ranks high in quantity, expected years of schooling, and in the fraction of children not stunted, but low in education quality measured by harmonized test scores. Social assistance schemes are fragmented, with untapped opportunities to modernize the level of benefits packages and efficiency. Aging will directly lead to increased spending needs through rising public pension and healthcare costs. The combined fiscal costs of the civil servant pension, the Social Security Fund, and the old age allowance are projected to rise from 1.4% of GDP in 2017 to 5.6% in 2060. Thailand has the lowest fertility rate in Southeast Asia, bar Singapore. Its demographics are arguably more worrisome than those of South Korea, which has a fertility rate close to 0.8. Between 2000 and 2021, South Korea's population aged 20 to 24 declined by 15%. In Thailand, that number fell by 20%, moderately better than the 27% decline in Japan. But Japan and South Korea generate over 4 times the per capita GDP of Thailand, and they have more resources to support aging citizens and attract skilled immigrants to reinforce graying workforces. Long-term aged care and healthcare costs are also expected to rise. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, estimates that public expenditure on healthcare will increase from 2.9% of GDP in 2017 to 4.9% of GDP in 2060 due to aging.
I'll be 70
The absence
years
of
old,
offsetting measures
bro.
will make it more difficult to maintain fiscal sustainability, which will become a constraint on potential growth. Despite these recent positive turns, Thailand still faces daunting long-term economic and societal challenges, many of which were exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Household finances appear increasingly stressed and debt levels have risen sharply across the economy. It is unlikely that Thailand will be able to return its tourism industry to 2019 conditions for the next several years. Meanwhile, deteriorating demographics and education enrollments pose serious threats to long-term macroeconomic prospects. Thailand's population of young people is falling, but the country appears to lack momentum in elevating enrollment rates and improving the quality of secondary and tertiary education. The agriculture sector remains large, with some crop diversification but with limited gains in productivity in the face of rising competition, for instance, from India and Vietnam. Thailand looks trapped as a middle-income country, unable to get rich, and stuck between a younger, dynamic Vietnam and a larger Indonesia. According to S&P Global, by 2036, Thailand is forecast to become one of the Asia-Pacific region's $1 trillion economies, joining mainland China, Japan, India, South Korea, Australia, Taiwan, Philippines, and Indonesia in this grouping of the largest economies in APEC. The substantial expansion in the size of Thailand's economy is also expected to drive rapidly rising per capita GDP, from $6,900 United States dollars in 2022 to $11,900 United States dollars by 2032. This will help to underpin the growth of Thailand's domestic consumer market, supporting the expansion of the manufacturing and service sector industries. However, rising per capita GDP levels will also put pressure on Thailand's competitiveness in certain segments of its manufacturing export industry. Therefore, an important policy priority for the nation will be to continue to transform manufacturing export industries towards higher value-added processing and advanced manufacturing industries. One of the key economic and social challenges facing Thailand is its rapidly aging population, which will result in the rising burden of healthcare and social welfare costs over the next 2 decades. This will be a drag on Thailand's long-term potential growth rate, making the investment in technology and innovation increasingly important to mitigate the economic impact of demographic aging.
The fuck's wrong with my shit? This guy's gloating. How the Philippines is ruining China's plans to conquer Taiwan.
Okay. I don't know why, but I really never thought I'd see the day that I'd make a video like this. Nick Merckx just signed with Kick. I'm not shocked. Like, I definitely could have seen this happening. I still wasn't prepared. That's I'm excited. I'm curious. Word going around is it was a 1-year, $10 million non-exclusive deal. At least that's what I read on Forbes. It's already breaking national headlines, by the way, which, if you guys haven't kind of caught on, that's why Kick is signing some of these individuals. You know, it's for those headlines. Forbes has like 150 million people that follow their articles every single month. That's more than the entire viewership on Twitch. What do you think of the odds that there's a lot of people on Forbes that has no idea what the streaming culture is, that could be potentially new viewers, potentially new investors, people that can see the hype and be interested in these new things? So, you know, it was the same thing that happened when XQC signed to Kick. A lot of people were confused about these big numbers, the hype. The XQC signing in itself was a huge way to put Kick on the map. You had every mainstream article talking about this streamer getting a $100 million deal. That's comparable to LeBron James. You had parents that never even to this day heard of Twitch were like, did you hear this streamer is getting paid $100 million to stream video games? It sparked the curiosity, the conversation. It was kind of like a signing that pushed the narrative. It pushed people to come through. A lot of people don't know XQC streamed that night on Kick, and people think that XQC's viewership dropped Kick. The servers crashed, but the reality is there are so many people coming in from the articles that they had an influx of millions of people just coming to the site to figure out what the fuck this thing was. It was the hype from the conversation in itself that actually drove the traffic to the site. So there's a sense of value in making these big signings and making them so public so that way everybody starts talking about them. You know, Nick getting a 1-year, $10 million exclusive deal. Like, that's going to be the narrative. Like, this guy's going to get paid $10 million this year to not stream exclusively to Kick. What are they thinking? Why are they doing that? Which, to my understanding, a little reason for that, I mean, it makes sense to me, but I guess for some people out there, it doesn't. When Mixer signed Ninja back in the day, they just signed him exclusively to the platform. And when he came over, it was that was it. There was the cutoff. It was like either you've seen the social media post, you've seen the announcement, and word of mouth. But if you don't follow those things, which is a large portion of people that watch streams, by the way, there are millions of people that don't involve themselves with Twitter that watch Twitch, just for an example. So when you have all these people that they're not as connected and they don't know that Ninja signed to a new platform because maybe they didn't see the Twitter, maybe they didn't see the YouTube, you create a huge disconnect and cut off that bloodline instantly. As to where, you know, Kick, to this day, XQC is still one of the top streamers on the site and is just constantly creating that relation to Kick every single time he goes live. Like, hey guys, I'm live to my tens of thousands of people over here on Twitch. I'm heading over to Kick. And honestly, it's a win-win for Twitch as well. They no longer have to cover these heavy tabs to keep their streamers streaming. They do lose out on a lot of watch hours and a lot of traffic while they're not live. But Twitch is to that point now where they have enough creators that are going to be generating that traffic as a whole and aren't even signed with the platform. Like, there's enough bleed purple people where they're just going live there for countless hours as is. So I'm not surprised at all about the non-exclusive. It makes total sense to me. Let's actually transfer the infam from Twitch to Kick and create that opportunity. And also, as well, I think doing the non-exclusive signing is good for the creator. The reality is there's going to be a handful of people, even in Nick's stream, that are not going to be comfortable with checking out Kick yet. And they're not going to want to watch him on Kick yet. And I've learned even from experience is like when you just cut that line and you're just like, who cares, deal with it, this is where we are now, you do lose the trust of some individuals. There are a vast amount of viewers that don't give a fuck about the platform. Like there are going to be a lot of people that watch Nick Mercs and they don't fucking care that he's no longer going to be streaming on Twitch, maybe outside of their sub streak. Like a lot of, especially small to mid-sized creators, I've noticed over the years, they hold a lot of that feeling that the community is super loyal to the platform. Dude, if you create good content and somebody fucks with you, they're going to fuck with you wherever you go, as long as they get to be involved with the conversation. Literally thousands of people will willingly move to Kick with no fucking problem. But you do have a lot of people that maybe they're more indulged in Twitter, and they've seen all these things, they've seen all the extreme ways that people have painted this picture of Kick as if everything out there is squeaky clean and Kick is just this horrible, corrupt place and just yada, yada, yada. So there are going to be people that have seen that and they have bought into that and they're not going to be comfortable with testing out Kick right away. By not doing this exclusive thing, like, hey, we're moving you over here, deal with the shit, you kind of take a step back and you allow them to build that relationship up. I've seen that over the last 6 or 7 months with some of my Facebook creator friends who are averaging, 500 or 1,000 CCV, even Twitch streamers. They would go live on Facebook for like an hour or two. And by the way, before they were signed with Kick, or some of them aren't even signed with Kick still, but they would go live on their Facebook or their Twitch, their typical thing. And they would just educate people. Hey, look, I've been streaming on this site called Kick. I feel more comfortable here. I feel more heard here. The sub split, saying all the pros and cons. You don't have to come over here, but we're making a move over here to incorporate that more. Like I want to also grow an audience over there as well. Like I like having the conversation over there, all the way to the extent of like a handful of my friends were like, we're going to be doing this over the next couple months, and we're straight up moving to Kick. And now some of them are full-time Kick, and they've successfully moved their communities. But like the point being is what I've noticed is that over time, those people had a smoother transition by making those steps, the back and forth, not cutting it off at once. Hey, we're here, deal with it. But more of like every day, hey, we're here for a couple hours where you're used to watching us, and then we're moving. And every day they create that conversation. Every day the questions arise. And then also over time, every day you have more people that are like, honestly, I didn't like when you first signed with Kick or when you first started streaming on Kick, but now I like it. And then other people see that in chat and the conversation gets going like, wow, man, like me and Terry here have been subscribed to Nick Mercs for like 12 months now. And we both didn't like Kick. I didn't know Terry was watching Nick on Kick for the last 2 months. And if Terry does it, you know what? Maybe I'm going to give it a try. I just feel like there's more opportunity instead of just telling your fans, fuck off, this is where I am, just painting that picture. There's more opportunity for a smooth transition if you don't rip the Band-Aid off. So potentially win-win all around. It could still be a win-win for Twitch and Nick. Nick could get a bag for a year. Maybe it doesn't work out over there. Maybe it's not what he likes. And then he could still go back to Twitch. That's the gamble that fucking Kick has to make signing these. Like, there's nothing that says that in a year, Nick won't just like be like, thanks for the money, I'm just going to go stream back on Twitch now. Nothing says that. So it also says a lot to me, and why I'm excited is I don't feel like Nick and XQC and some of these people that they've been signing, I don't think they're the type of people that are like that really. Like, I don't think they would want to get involved just for the immediate money to just have to come back later. I seen that with YouTube. That's what a lot of people said that would happen on YouTube, that these guys were just taking these bags and would never, like after the YouTube contracts are up, they'll just come back to Twitch. But I haven't seen a streamer yet, like Tim and all those guys, like we're talking big people, who took a deal and haven't been vocal about how great it is on YouTube and how they always wanted the changes and they didn't like where Twitch was going. And I think I feel this, I don't know, I can't speak out on behalf of them. We'll have to hear words from Nick and have to hear XQC talk about this sometime. I don't think those are the type of guys that would get involved with Kick if they didn't know there were serious problems over on Twitch and wanted a better future somewhere else. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe these are creators that they've made their money, they're on their way out, they're taking their last deals. That's the pictures that some people are painting. But like, I feel like it's a little deeper than that. I feel like these are the type of people that shift the culture. They want what's best for a lot of creators and the viewers. They want to protect that fucking creator to viewer interaction, which is super important. We can't all be on the same page. We can't all agree on the same shit. And I don't think I can need to tiptoe around any fucking feelings where like Twitch has clearly lost sight of that over the last couple of years. They don't take everybody's thoughts into consideration. They really do worry about a specific narrative and a line to cross to make certain people happy. And then they're very disingenuous in some of their actions. Having competition to that, is it healthy? Is it not healthy? I'm not God. You're not God. Who are we to judge, right? Like, we're fucking nobody. We're just people. that just watch the content we want to watch, have our shitty opinions, and we go about our day. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're right or wrong in that aspect. It doesn't mean that Twitch is right and wrong for being the way they are, or Kick is right or wrong for being the way they are. So it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds, what comes of it, and if it takes a domino effect, where you see more people come now because Nick is here, where you see that trust kind of come out, like, damn, if Nick did it, I think I'm gonna do it too. Like, I'm gonna take this offer as well. So interesting times we live in. If you would have told me a year ago that a new site, because like, think about this, like, it was December last year, Kick did their thing. So at this time last year, we didn't really know anything about Kick. I don't even know if it existed. So if you would have told me a year ago, hey, there's going to be a platform that will save your streaming vibes, like you'll actually enjoy streaming again. Not only that, they're going to sign people like XQC and Nick Merckx and Amaranth and all these big dogs that were on Twitch. They're gonna sign them non-exclusively, and it's gonna ruffle a lot of feathers. I would have been like, you're so high. There's no way that somebody's gonna start a new streaming platform. It's impossible. The amount of financial backing that you need to have to do so. I would have literally said, you're dumb as fuck. And here we are. And it just gets me excited because, like, I still have so much to learn. As a creator, there's still so many different things that could happen. And as a community, we're still learning day in, day out that some other platforms have not been that honest about how things work and roll. And it's cool to see Kick kind of exposing that to an extent. So I don't know. You guys let me know what you think down below. Nick to Kick a W, an L. You happy about it? What do you think is going to come from it? All right. That's all I got for you guys today. I'm a peace. Deuces.
Oh, shit.
As far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as violence, it is violence required for its maintenance. Okay, listen. And that violence is frustrating people. I hear that you. Violence is radicalizing people. But here's as far as Israel, as far as what Benjamin Netanyahu has done, as far as the war government, what they have done, Pierce, going into Gaza and bombing Gaza and killing 3,480 Palestinians so far in Gaza, 1,000 plus children out of all of those casualties, 22 hospitals being bombed, a bakery, the only remaining intact bakery being bombed yesterday. These are horrifying crimes that you would openly say are horrifying and unjustifiable when Russia does it, but when Israel does it, Israel has a right to defend itself. This is identical to the same talking points that I've heard from every Israeli administration official. It's the same talking points that I've heard from American politicians championing the exact same talking points. It's the same thing that I've heard from everyone else in the media. You might have been against the Iraq war, and you use that, but you're using that for evil, in my opinion, at this point. If you are not sitting here and condemning those acts of war crimes, those acts of violence, those acts of collective punishment.
Nice. Wait, was this happening already? It's not on yet.
You've all seen that though, right?
White House confirms it accidentally identified U.S. special forces. Well, can't wait for this fight. Who? Oh. What the fuck? This week marked the beginning of Medicare's open enrollment period. Oh, seniors. Bro, I'm trying to get Medicare too. Damn. Jeez. What the fuck? Shut your ass up, bro. Full of shite. Americans are moving to China?
A question I get a lot is why China? And even though I can certainly give my own reasons for coming.
Hold on, let me finish scrolling.
The past 30 years. Here are a few things to know about the nuns. More of them said their religion is nothing in particular than atheists and agnostics.
Bro, what?
Gross. 100%. Okay, but in the medieval times, I feel like peasants saw that shit all the time. Like, you know what I mean? They were like, "Oh, blue waffle, you mean my name?" It's like, "Look at my blue waffle. I got this at the age of 13. I'm gonna die next year." Like that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Isn't blue waffle like?
My man's is coming up. A UK school has hired an AI as their principal head teacher. With tits. Love it. Love it. Love it. My favorite. O sea, escúchame. Tú y yo, pareja ideal. Kikiriki. 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 Let's watch this video.
To China and been staying for more than 10 years.
Yeah.
Individual person's reasons.
Oh my gosh, bro.
In today's video, I specifically asked Americans why China. A lot of people see America as the greatest country in the world, and everyone always talks about the American dream, and yet more and more Americans are moving to China. So let's see today why these Americans are choosing to live in China. Where are you from, and when did you move to China?
大家好, my name is Noah Cartha, and I'm an American who's been living in China for
大家好.
about 3.5 years.
Yo, this is Ben Cubbage. I'm an American from near Washington, D.C., and I have lived in China for about 12 years.
Hi, my name is Caitlin, and I grew up in Washington State in the Pacific Northwest in America. My first trip to China was over 10 years ago, but I currently live in Shenyang and I moved here about 8 years ago.
What initially brought you to China?
In 2019, I made the decision that I wanted to move abroad for the long term, and I saw China as the best place to live, teach, and travel abroad. I love living abroad, especially in China, because I feel like every moment, every day of my life is an adventure. I remember when I first moved out here, and I just love the experience of every day going to a different restaurant, not knowing what they're serving, not knowing what the menu says, but trying to navigate this new language and tasting different dishes that I've never tasted before.
My wife and I are travelers, and as we were married, we were kind of backpacking hippies. For our honeymoon, we hiked what's called the Pacific Crest Trail, or PCT. We hiked over 4,000 kilometers, 2,600 miles from the border of Mexico all the way up to the border of Canada, entirely through the states of California, Oregon, and Washington on the Pacific Crest Trail. That was our honeymoon, sleeping every night for 6 months in a tent, walking over 30 kilometers every day through the mountains. So we love
Why would
walking,
you want to do
we
that?
love hiking, we love the mountains, we love traveling, and ultimately we had a
Psycho.
friend that lived here that had a travel business. He invited us to live here, to work with him, and the rest is history. 12 years later, we're still in Western China, still running travel trips, and still loving the remote outdoors.
My first trip to China was a study abroad trip for a program at Evergreen State University when I was studying for my undergraduate degree. I had only ever traveled to Europe before that, and I knew I wanted to go abroad again, but I didn't know where. One of my professors at that time suggested that I join the class program to travel to China for 3 weeks, and I decided to go. It changed my life completely, and it completely opened my mind up to new perspectives and a different way of living. I fell in love with China, and I always felt like I wanted to settle down here eventually.
Why did you choose the city that you're living in?
The city I'm currently living in, Ningbo, China. It's just south of Shanghai. I moved here because I was offered a great job at a prestigious international school here as a guidance counselor.
Why did we choose to live out in the middle of nowhere in Western China on the Tibetan Plateau? Why not live in a much more developed place? Our town doesn't even have a McDonald's or a Walmart, although of course we do have KFC and a few other fast food restaurants. But why would we live out here? Why would we choose to live out here? And the answer for us is simple, which is just the beauty that's around us here. Of course, I'm standing in the city in an apartment complex, but living at 2,300 meters, we have the opportunity to be on a high Tibetan mountain, 4,000 meters tall, in beautiful culture, totally away from people, in just an hour of driving. And so we live out here for the mountains, we live out here for the culture, we love meeting people, we love kind of the wild nomads that herd yaks at 4,000 meters, we love meeting these guys, herding these sheep and yaks, and it's a lot of fun for us to build relationships with them and then ultimately invite them into our travel business as well and say, hey, how can we build ecotourism into your community with these communities that have less opportunities than what you might find in Eastern China?
I have traveled to other cities in China, and I have always enjoyed visiting major cities like Beijing and Shanghai. However, I really feel drawn to Shenyang because of the sense of community, both between locals and foreigners. I met my husband here, and I've made friends who are Shenyang natives and foreigners from all around the world who are close friends for life. I never felt that sense of connection in another city I had traveled to before, and I think Shenyang offers a sense of home away from home.
Why did you choose to stay in China as long as you have?
I love living in China. I love the process of slowly growing to understand this vast place with this complex culture. And the longer I stay here, the more that I find that there are so many different kinds of cool places to explore here. In particular, I've fallen in love with China's ancient town scene, which are these mazes of alleys that blend old and new. But maybe the reason I love living in China the most is there is such a dynamic energy here. I mean, wherever you go to the park, you go to the local square, there are so many people that live here. There's so many people out and about. And I don't know, for me, there's something kind of comfortable about that. I feel like when I'm surrounded by so many people around me that I'm experiencing all the world has to offer in that moment.
Why have we chosen to stay for 12 years? A lot of people think we're crazy. We've been here for 12 years. We stayed here for 2 years of very severe COVID restrictions. And a lot of people say, why would you not live in your home country, or why would you not live in an easier place? And for us, the reason is really simple. We just really have roots here. We love living here. Our children have literally lived every single day of their lives, except for a few small family vacations in Western China. It's all they've ever known. They've eaten, and they know a lot more about Lanzhou Lamian or beef noodles or Chinese dumplings or things like that than they do about McDonald's or any Western restaurant. So this is what they've grown up with. This is our roots. This is our the foundation of our family, and ultimately we have registered businesses here, and we love living in China. Of course, there's culturally challenging elements, but overall it's been a lot of fun for us, and we enjoy the stimulation of living in a culture that is not American culture, which honestly find to be a little bit boring, and we're glad to be living in a new culture, and ultimately that's what's kept us here for 12 years.
I really fell in love with China all those years ago, and at that time, I switched my undergraduate major to Chinese culture and history from business. I still feel the same way I did then about China, and I'm always continually impressed with how the people in China and the nation itself is always striving to improve. One of the things I am most grateful for about living in China is the higher education opportunities that China provides. I'm American, and a lot of higher education opportunities are hindered by student loan debt, despite your capabilities. In China, there are scholarship opportunities that not only cover the cost of your tuition, but also offer a living stipend so that your full focus can be on your studies.
We have
because
that
of these
too,
opportunities,
bro.
I've
Bad
been able to
example.
complete my master's degree, and I am currently in my 4th year of my PhD studies.
What were your biggest concerns before you came to China for the first time?
My greatest concerns when I moved to China were, number one, being able to find the right VPN to be able to watch American sports, and number two, being able to connect with like-minded people. But I'm happy to say that both ended up working out for me. I use YouTube TV to watch American sports events, but using Astral VPN combined with CyberGhost VPN, those two VPNs, I'm able to watch sports events from back home. And then for me, one of my greatest passions and what I like to connect with other people about is like spirituality and meditation. And I was really doubtful that I could find or create any kind of meditation group in the cities that I lived in China. But I actually recently made a video of the process I went through to form a meditation group here in the city that I live in Ningbo. And it's something that taught me that I think there are just so many people here in China that anyone has the ability to find or connect with like-minded people.
Honestly, when we moved to China in 2010, oh man, we were such young kids. Our biggest concerns were just, we just don't know how to do anything. We didn't speak any Chinese. I couldn't even say like please or thank you or go anywhere. And so our biggest concern moving to a new place is you just basically are starting out as babies. And everything is just a totally different system. Even just getting your mail or just any of those day-to-day things that would be super easy for us in America, suddenly we had to relearn how to do everything. And we figured that out in the last 12 years, but that was definitely our biggest concern moving here.
My biggest concern when I came to China for the first time, more than 10 years ago, so this was a long time ago, was how I was going to stay in contact with my family and friends. At that time, WeChat wasn't an option yet, and internet access was more limited, especially if you were just traveling. I remember the easiest way of connecting was either through buying calling cards that you could call internationally through another phone, or you could use email whenever internet access was available. And everything is so different now. It's very convenient to stay in contact with loved ones, but it was more complicated back then.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how's your quality of life in China?
Personally, I would rate my quality of life in China as a 9 out of 10. I can take a cab anywhere across the city for just a handful of US dollars. My apartment is walking distance from a shopping mall where I can eat any kind of food pretty much from all around the world. On the weekends, I can take the high-speed train like 2 hours in any direction, and I can get to countless beautiful travel destinations for a pretty affordable cost. And even the school that I work at is really, really nice. They even have a skateboard park, which I have access to.
For us, I'd say definitely a 9 out of 10. I mean, the quality of life is really, really high here. I mean, you can see these are pretty nice apartments, something like you probably see in Europe as far as, apartment style. Yeah, it's just modern, it's luxurious. China's the #2 importer of luxury goods in the world. And so, yeah, I mean, we're certainly not lacking for any creature comforts. It's not like we're living in the jungles of India or Afghanistan or something. So it's very comfortable, it's very easy, and sometimes I'd say even more convenient, surprisingly, than America. We can order a taxi on our app, we can order all food, everything is done basically through WeChat or through Didi or these other Meituan or these other apps, which is super convenient. And sometimes I think even more convenient than America. And China has largely become a cashless society, which means everything is just on your phone. It's right there. It's convenient. So quality of life is really high. I mean, we do have coffee shops in our city. We do have all the modern conveniences. Sometimes it doesn't always work like the American system would, but as far as convenience and ease of living, I'd definitely give it a 9 out of 10. Of course, being in Western China, it's not quite as advanced as what you might see in Beijing or Shanghai, where you have huge communities of foreigners kind of living in one place in the French concession or things like that in Shanghai. But overall, it's a good quality of life. You know, we're not lacking anything. It's very easy. It's very comfortable. And so we really like living here. And honestly, our American dollar can go a little bit further here than it would in other places of the world, especially in America, especially with the recession and things like that. So yeah, it's a little bit more secure for us as far as financial stability. The $1 US is about 6 Chinese yuan. And so yeah, our dollar goes a little further here. We can live further, and we can do things that we probably wouldn't be able to do in America by living in China, which we really like. And we also have the opportunity to pioneer and explore places that very few foreigners have ever seen.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say my quality of life is probably an 8 or a 9. I really miss my family and friends, but I'm really happy here. I will always be grateful that China has offered me a safe, fulfilling, and rich life.
As you can see from real expats sharing real experiences in different cities across China, everyone has their own reasons for moving to and ultimately staying in China. It's easy to be manipulated by how the media portrays China, and I certainly at one point was one of those being manipulated and simply not knowing any better. But as you can see, China is a great country to live in, no matter how long the period of time may be. And at the end of the day, every adventure and experience in life is all about what you make of it and how open you are to adapting to different cultures, different food, and a different way of life. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I would like to thank everyone who collaborated on this video with me. Be sure to go and check out their channels, also linked in the description box down below. And if you are someone looking at videos about life in China and considering moving to China, I hope you found this video insightful. I remember 10 years ago trying to find information about what China is like and expat life in China, and it was pretty much non-existent. If you have any questions about moving to China, you can always reach out on Instagram or in my email, which is also linked in the description box. Thanks for watching this video, and I hope to see you again next time.
Crazy.
Each individual and how open you are to adapt, and it was pretty much non-existent. Which is also linked in the description box.
Ah, pinche perro. Can we make it to the top?
Oh, and this is your daily dose of internet.
Did you fart? Or you just blew me away? Can I have your number?
Oh, and this is your daily dose of internet.
What?
Did you fart? Or you just blew me away? Can I have your number?
Gotta check out my brand.
Oh,
What the? That's kind of cool. Bro, I'm the best Spider-Man ever. Hold on. Give me back my baby. Damn. Who's that big ass? Who's that buff lady?
So this guy's pretty lucky to be alive. The police were trying to catch some suspects that ran away into a forest. So this officer pretended that he had a canine unit ready to go.
Don't make us release our canine!
The strategy actually worked. After a few minutes, the suspects gave up and turned themselves in.
American. Oh my god, I'm like so excited to be back. You have no idea. I am very happy because I will see all of my Australian friends, and I'm like literally so excited. But like the hardest part about being over here, it is like it can be a little bit distracting because there's music right now. And honestly, like when I see people, I'm like, stop bothering me.
There's a type of cheese that has a very unique aging process. If you zoom in at a microscopic level, you will find it covered in mites. The mites are supposed to enhance the flavor of the cheese.
What the shit?
Get it, Shelly, get it.
These are professionals, please do not attempt.
Oh!
This designer made a table that can walk when you push it.
What the shit?
She thought she was recording herself talking, but her stomach was louder.
My nails look like shorter than this, and quite frankly, I would never like to find out. That's my stomach.
That is the end of this video. Hopefully this video put a smile on your face, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
He was scared.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet. This is what happens when you put a red hot ball of metal on top of bamboo.
What the?
Not
Why
only
is
does the bamboo
bamboo
not
so
catch on fire,
crazy?
it seems to be hardly affected at all. This bear was captured after eating all the chickens on a farm, and this is the first thing he does when they released him back in the wild.
Bro, you had to take a fat ass shit. The fuck? What the?
This kid tried sushi for the very first time.
Sip of me giant wine glass. Wow, it's so big. Can't even pick it up, it's so heavy. Nah, I'm just joking, guys. Although, it is a very big glass.
A very big
These
glass.
houses in Montana got buried under some tumbleweeds.
What? That's my name, Tumbo. Tumbleweeds. That's where it comes. No, that's
Have you
not
ever
where it
seen a
comes from.
horse that's equipped with turbo?
Oh.
This is why you should never trust a cat.
You can tell from his bitch ass face, bro. I would have kicked the fuck out of him, but I would have tagged him up a bit. Popped him up. Oh!
This is what happens when you fly a small plane through a cumulus cloud.
Oh shit. Alright, don't worry, fly the plane. Fly the plane.
1, 2, 3, jump. Oh. Can you help me? There go the snails. Can you help me?
This is what the shadow of a tree looks like during a solar eclipse.
Our neighbor called the cops on us for a rowdy pool party, and I'm gonna show you what the rowdy pool party is. This is the rowdy pool party.
Damn, chill.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Stupid dog! I wonder what's the most popular one. 50 million?
Hello everyone, this is your Yearly Dose of Internet. I had such a fun year making videos, and I wanted to make a video highlighting the absolute best clips from my YouTube channel from 2019. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the best of the internet from the past year.
What?
Hey, can I get one? Thank you.
Bitch ass dog. Ugh. Creatures are so ugly, man. It's the happiest dog ever, bro. Slick.
The air vent in this person's car jumps to hyperspeed at the lightest touch.
Shit. Let's just shoot you around the eye.
Bender, come here. Come here.
This person was born with a really, really long thumb.
Brother, what?
Я обещала показывать вам милых пациентов?
Well, hello.
Хоба, посмотрите на эту мордаху.
Bark.
This frog didn't want to eat this bug, so it spit it out and slapped it. These people were driving on a road in Russia when a helicopter started flying right over them.
What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? Trying to see his shirt.
The Tour de France is probably the most famous bike race in the world, so this guy rode his bike over the contestants and got away with it. This helicopter pilot has some incredible aim. This duck went for the ride of its life.
Oh! Is he okay? He's right
okay,
there.
bro.
This hedgehog was born without any quills whatsoever, so it's just kind of squishy.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Tighten up. Oh, tighten up again, right tight. You're so fat.
What you're looking at right now is a caterpillar with transparent skin. Those white lines you see is a caterpillar breathing through its respiratory system. This person stepped outside their home in Norway and found some mysterious lights floating in the sky. It turns out that these lights were rockets launched by NASA to study solar winds. This dog is being trained to run over to her owner and then sit right down, but she wanted to add a little something extra. This cat was chasing this mouse when it totally lost track of it. This dog gets really excited whenever it hears someone say popcorn.
Popcorn.
Will you discuss finances with Rita? No, but I will if you don't do the right thing. If you truly care about me, like you're saying, you would let my daughter and those sweet children.
This person dressed up as an astronaut to show how strange and exotic Earth really is. And I hope to see you next time. So, yeah, later.
Motherfucker about to cry or what? Oh my gosh, I'm so gassy. Ooh. Oh, fuck. 1 hour. No. Definitely gonna add that because I've actually won Thailand. Hey, that's me. I like.
It's down to you. Finish the mission. Mission is complete. Good.
Look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Do you think the Israeli state was just, like, peacefully coexisting? They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence. You want every single Palestinian to be executed ruthlessly in the streets. How do you think this happens? You think these people are just like, oh, we were violent because we want to be violent? Or do you think it's because you have entrapped them, you have bullied them, you have subjugated them? 2 million people live inside of Gaza. They're not even people in the eyes of Israelis. The average age is 18 years old. 57% unemployment. They can't even get concrete inside of Gaza so they can build water salination plants because 97% of their water is toxic. They're dying of mass starvation. You cannot push people into a corner their whole lives and not expect them to fight back at a certain point. Look at this guy. You know what shouldn't happen? Killing 260 people at a music festival. No, you're right, man. That just happened on its own because, like, bad guys wanted to do bad things. You're right. Do you think the Israeli state was just, like, peacefully coexisting? They didn't deserve it, you idiot. My goal is solutions. Your goal is
the police were waiting for her to come out of the bathroom. The police were waiting for her to...
This guy took viral TikTok by storm with his incredible pizza-making talent overshadowing other pizzerias, including Domino's. When he stumbled upon a video featuring Domino's boss, he couldn't resist responding.
Hey Domino's, that was a real cute video.
He made multiple new videos to prove that he's the ultimate pizza boss.
Look at me.
Thank you.
Do better.
This guy took viral TikTok by storm with his incredible pizza-making talent overshadowing other pizzerias, including Domino's. When he stumbled upon a video featuring Domino's boss, he couldn't resist responding.
Hey Domino's, that was a real cute video.
He made multiple new videos to prove that he's the ultimate pizza.
This pink stuff has always bothered me whenever I take a shower. And as someone who cleans up biohazards for a living, I should really have a better handle on my own home when cleaning up that type of stuff. So I scrubbed away at it and it looks like there was a good amount of stuff that came up, but I wasn't quite finished there.
I am Japan's most miserable British man, and when I found out that people were waiting up to 5 hours for rice balls, my mind was blown, because no food is worth waiting 5 hours in line for. However, after looking at their website, I found out you could just call up, reserve, pick it up, and eat your onigiri right away with no wait.
Well, that took literally 10 seconds.
And so what follows is my cynical and honest review of these rice balls that everybody hypes up. I got the tuna mayo, the fresh tuna with spring onion, and the salmon with mayo. So I got some premium green tea, found a nice bench, and dug in. So big. And I cannot stress how amazing these things were. I understand why you'd want to wait 5 hours, but no, don't do that. Just order online and get as many as you want. These are so good.
This is the best onigiri I've ever had. There's not even close, dude. There's no...
Connor.
Hey,
Connor.
See what happens. Let him be the first one out. Oh boy. Double wall bang? Holy crap.
Bro, this shit is so busted.
Is it possible to use an alleyway as a slide without crashing down? Let's give it a try.
So what's going on? Okay, you can't shut the door, which means you can't put it in gear because it's a new car. Ah, the wonders of modern engineering. So now I have to push it so she can shut the door and get it started. All right, is it in neutral?
Yeah, it's coming back at you. Are you ready?
Yep, I'm gonna push it. Well, this thing's heavy. It's not going.
Well, maybe it won't even let it go in neutral then.
All right, let's try this again.
Oh wait, it's giving me a message up here.
What in the heck?
Hold on, it's giving me a message. It put it back in park. It's doing something here.
This is stupid. One more time.
Why is that thing connected?
Jesus, this car's heavy. Shut it. Shut the door.
These guys had no idea that they were riding the bumper of an undercover police officer. These guys had no idea that they were riding the bumper of an undercover police officer.
All of the options, that's hard.
I play the new words, I don't need to any words changes. Don't care. What? Es sombrero loco. Damn.
I was working in the lab.
This lady's floored.
When my eyes beheld an eerie sight, for my monster from his slab began to rise, and suddenly I was working in the
like
lab late one.
Shit out. Just
about it, like, and nobody gave a fuck. Like, I just think if you're vocal about it, fuck it. Like, who gives a fuck, you know? Hey, should do this. What about them? What about them, Salas? What about them? What about them, bro? Eventually you'll get that one lobby. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, for 70. I think that's where it becomes a problem. Is where I just think it's morally incorrect when you trick your viewers into thinking that you're like the best in the world. You know? Yeah. Also. Unless you're in a tournament and you're VPN, that's fucking weird. That's fucking weird, bro. A huevo, baba. But yeah, dude, I actually love having these conversations. I love talking about YouTube. I love talking about this shit. I love talking about just the streaming space in general, man. Yeah, I mean, dude, chat. Teep, what more does Teep have to prove? Like, that man fucking competed against the best players in the world. Really, Barracks? What the fuck? What the fuck? Damn, bro. Oh, Nolan, what the hell? What the hell, Nolan? What are your thoughts on that idea? You need to just be able to play VR because they're oh, Warrior. Then I don't like Abdi. Then fuck yeah. Like, chat. Like, for example, if you're like in Australia, okay, that makes sense because Australia can't even get lobbies, so you could VPN to the United States. You know what I'm saying? Bro, nah, Benny, it would never do good. It's too niche down. It's Benny. It's too like. You have to know about the space. You know what I'm saying? The biggest thing about YouTube is you have to cater it to like everybody, to where like anybody can click on that video and watch it and enjoy it. Does that make sense? Why does Verdant look new? Yo, we literally talked about that earlier, bro. Oh man, like you and Ozzy always use VPN, so there's not on 300 ping, and I'm cool. Yeah, I don't think it matters, Barracks. At least I don't think so. I don't know, like people just want to play the game at the end of the day. Sage, low key, I'm not even trolling. Sage, you should get a VPN, fucking VPN to the States. For people in Europe, bro, it's hard to make in. What do you mean, Ghost? What do you mean, Daddy? What do you mean, Papa? But yo, Nolan, hey, be safe, okay, baby, be safe, bro. Shit, chill, Carpo. Hey, Carpo, maybe like Guadalajara or something. You know what I'm saying? Nah, big for sure. Like, I'm saying more like niche down content is a little bit like it doesn't need the greatest, you know? Butters, I think they will. I think they will, bro. Summers, it's not necessarily that it makes it better, Summers. For me, there was 2 reasons why I switched to these headphones. 1, no more headset hair, which is great. 2, they're wireless. They connect to a transmitter that I can have on my hip and I can run around and twerk ass and shit. And then 3, I got these custom molded to my ears, and they pretty much, I feel like I have nothing on. So they're weightless. I feel like I have nothing on, and they sound pretty fucking good. I will say nothing will ever be open back headphones as far as like sound stage and just like for competitive advantage. Open back headphones are fucking amazing. But I think as a streamer who doesn't compete and like is just here for entertainment, these are fucking amazing, bro. $10,000 headphones? These? I mean, they're expensive, but they're not 10K. Yeah, I am, buddy. I am, bro. I already did, Bubs. I already did, Daddy. I already did, Daddy. Which ones? Charles, these are the Audio 64. These are the A4s, baby. 3K, and I'm happy I did. Ghost, yeah, I mean, to be fair, you buy one of these and you could have these for the rest of your life. You know, like at least as long as you take care of them and shit. Deadly. These were A4s were I think 1K. 1K. Chat again. You don't have to go with this brand. I will say this again. I am always transparent. I will never lie to you. Chat. These are what's it called? I am partnered by this company, right? I'm not sponsored. I'm partnered. I have an affiliate code with them. If y'all want like a percentage off, y'all can. I think it's a percentage off. I'm pretty sure it's like 10% or something like that. 5. I don't know what it is. But you can choose any IMs. Like, but I like these because they mold them to your ears. So pretty much, literally, they're molded like they're molded exactly to my ears. They are good, Evan, but you will face some compromises. Chat, Audio 64, so it's 64 Audio, sorry. 64 Audio. The code is just repulse, chat, repulse. 64 Audio. They do have some universal ones too. Again, they are expensive, chat. I'm telling you right now, this is not meant for everybody. This is more for a enthusiast. If you guys want like really good quality headphones, the thing with, I've been down this rabbit hole, right? The things with IAMs, chat, is this. IAMs are, it sucks because you have to try out a bunch of different IAMs to see which ones you guys like and which ones you prefer, because some people like a warmer sound, some people like a more like a brighter sound, right? Some people, it just depends. The thing with IMs is you have to keep trying on. If you're not going to get ones that are molded to your ears, it gets a little bit difficult too. You have to try IM. If you like it, good. And then after that, you have to try different tips to see which tips you like, which tips fit your ear better, which IEMs fit your ear the best. That's why I just said fuck it and just got them molded to my ears. So I know they're going to fit. And now the only thing I'm testing is just the audio itself. So for example, being partnered with them, they sent me these for free, right? They sent me these, another pair. These have 12 drivers inside of them, which is a lot. 12 is fucking crazy, right? But for whatever reason, these have 4 drivers, right? 4. And these, for Warzone specifically, sound better than these. For Warzone, I can tell where people are and where footstep audio is better on my 4s than I can on my 12s. Oh my god. So it just depends. You're gonna have to try things out. That's the only thing is it kind of sucks, right? Yeah. So the 4s are 1.1K and the 12s are 2K. So it just depends on what, like, and I think the reason why I was talking to one of the guys at 64 Audio, chat 64 Audio is this chat 64 Audio. The reason why is because these are more bass heavy, and it's weird. Every other game, their footsteps are more crunchy. They're more like crispier, right? I think the word is brighter, and like if you're like a sound technician, brighter. But these are more warmer. These are like more bassier. So like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? Brenny, no way you're that ass, bro. Brenny, there's no way you're that ass, Brenny. Come on, Brenny, come on. All right, what do we watch next, chat? What do we watch next? Oh, Obsidian. Oh, I forgot about this shit, bro. Uma. Bro, all right, what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying, bro. Shan! What the fuck? Mr. Shado. Thank you for the motherfucking 7 months, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, bro. Rennie. Did he have it at Lando? Rennie, did he have it at land, Rennie, did he have it on land? I don't know, Rennie. I don't know. Yo, hey, Shane, thank you for the 7 months, man. Thank you, baby. Thank you, bro. Rennie, I hope you're trolling me right now, bro. Hope you're messing around, Rennie. Come on, Rennie. Rennie, come on, man. It's like 3 years already. This is so 2 years ago. Hey, this is so 2 years ago. Oh man, not again. Yo, Warrior, they are coming back, bro. Hey, low bullshit chat. Be honest with me. Have y'all enjoyed this stream today more than like my normal streams? Cause on God, I deadass love this shit, bro. I can do this shit. Hey, like I can do this shit all the time. Like I told you guys this so many times, bro. You know. Dude, Brenny, do you know who this is, Brenny? Brenny, do you know who this is? This is Diaz, bro. Be nice. Maybe he doesn't know. Brenny, this is Diaz, if you didn't know. Oh, man. Yo, yeah, like, honestly, bro, I'd much rather do this, chat, and just chat with y'all and hang out and fucking twerk ass and have a good time than to play Warzone 2. Yeah. Being fucking blatantly honest, bro. And apparently there's 1.4K of y'all in here, which, you know, Brenny. All right, look, because Brenny doesn't know, let me let him know. Brenny, so the person that you're calling a hacker, right, Brenny? Absolutely, bro. He competed on LAN. What LAN means is you're in person competing against 150 other players, right? There's no way you can hack, right, Brenny? There's absolutely no way you can hack on LAN. And he beat everybody by like 70 points, which is an insane amount. Just in case you didn't know, Brenny, but I got you. Nobody be mean to Brenny. He just didn't know. But now you know, Brenny. Just know this guy be doing the same shit on LAN. I don't know if you know what LAN is, but I explain LAN. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, chat, I don't know, bro. Yo, 3 times coach. Yo, Hector, don't gas me. Warrior, they came back. I don't know if you played the beta. They were there, Papa. They were there, bro. Yo, guys. So I remember, chat. So the gap is fucking insane. Think about it like this, bro. First place to second place was 70 points, right? Oh, hey, what do you mean, Brenny? He's fucking popping off. Brenny, he literally played in Warzone 2. How do you not know who Diaz is, Brenny? Brenny, he's literally quite literally the best player in the world. No, Dash, be nice to Brenny. He didn't know. Brenny didn't know, Chad. Be nice. Brenny, he's literally the best player in the world, and he won the World Series of Warzone. Like, he's literally the best, bro. Yo, Joe Ferretti! Hey, thank you, Joe, for the motherfucking 3 gifted, man. What's up, my boy? Hey, I fucking love you, bro. Thank you, man, for the 3 fucking gifted, bro. Thank you, baby. Thank you, bro. Nah, chat, he's not trolling. Brenny just didn't know. Chat. Be nice. All right? All right. Chat, Dude, guys, he just got on Twitch 2 weeks ago. His account was created 2 weeks ago. He just got on Twitch, chat. He doesn't know. He doesn't know, right? Be nice. Be nice. Be nice, bro. Be nice. Yo, why dog? Why dog? Why dog? Why dog? Hey. Why are you so horny? I love you, daddy. I love you, bro. Hey, Brenny W. I'm sorry, Brenny. Hey, yo, why dog? Welcome to the fucking family, man. I appreciate the prime, baby. Thank you, bro. Nah, chill, chat. Listen. We're.
Your man is late.
Look.
On Tubi, the crime dramas where global drug cartels use highly conspicuous speedboats. Just keep going.
The road to adventure is a well-worn path with new friends around every corner. It's filled with twists and turns, but thankfully, there's Chevron. So you and your unbeatable ride can refuel for the adventure that lies ahead. Unbeatable mileage for unbeatable road trips. Come see us at TwitchCon and download the Chevron app to find a station near you.
Are we a reflection of our places in life, or are they reflections of us? Could we have been somebody else if we'd taken a right turn instead of a left? Or if we'd taken the place with the hot tub, or the one uptown. We went downtown. Could we be fabulous or fantabulous? Yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudinous. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Bro, how many fucking ads?
How you like me now? 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 How you like me now?
Much definitely brings a smile how the journey of greatness has unfolded. Here's to many more years with the best. By the way, nice cock.
I'm not even gonna troll, bro. This site's
Hey,
kinda weak.
middle. Tier 2, 3 fucking years. Get in the middle of these fucking cheeks. Get in the middle of these fucking cheeks, baby. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, baby. Come on, mama. Yo, I love you, man. Middle. Thank you, bro, for always being that caca in between my cheeks, bro. I fucking love you, man. Thank you, dad. Thank you, baby. Wait, guys. Bro, chat. Oh, okay, I have a question. I asked this earlier, but there wasn't a lot of people in here earlier. Chat, I have a question, right? Listen up. Come here. Get your juicy asses over here. Chat, would you guys feel weirded out? Okay, I'm gonna do full screen record. I'll pause the video so you guys don't miss out on anything. Look, I asked this earlier. Chat, so when I read chat, I do this, right? Like, I'm gonna be just like Jay God tomorrow. Is it worth getting the paradox? Right, chat. So I'm reading this, right? So Elgato just came out with a new, like, I forgot what it's called. Pretty much you put chat on your camera, but chat can see, right? Chat, right? Would it be weird if I talked to chat like this? The teleprompter, yeah, teleprompter. Chat, would it be weird if I was like, yo, what's good, chat? What's good, Summers? What's good, baby? Yeah, like I'm reading chat like this, like, yo, what's good, baby? Yo, turn me the fuck up, bro. Like I'm looking into you, like, yo, what's good, Pans? What's good, Hyber? What's good, like if I'm reading chat like this, does that feel awkward? Does it feel awkward? Do you like it? Okay, hold on. Do you like it? Yes or no? Do you like it? Yes or no? So like, yo, Royal, what's good? Rosie, what's good, girl? How you doing? I love you. Like, chat. Do you like it? No, you don't like it. No, you don't like it. Yes, you do like it. Yeah, look into my eyes. No, nah. So I read chat like this. This is normally how I read. Oh, you're right. Maybe for YouTube videos, like when I'm scripting my videos, yo, what's going on, guys? My dick is fucking massive, like this. But then like on stream, it probably like, yo, Jose, what's good, baby? Jose, yo, Jose, I really love you, bro. Yo, Savic, you really smell like shit, bro. Like, and I'm talking to y'all. Like, does it look weird to y'all? Does it look weird? All right. Wait, do you like it? Let me see. Okay, wow. Okay, so y'all. Okay, so y'all don't fuck with this. All right, cool. All right, y'all don't fuck with it. All right, that's on me. All right, I was gonna get it, but if y'all don't fuck with it, then okay. I maybe for YouTube, for scripting videos that could work. But maybe not for stream, right? Maybe hey. So not for stream. I still think it'd be cool to have like something there. I don't know what I would put there, but it'd be cool to have something there. I probably am still gonna get it. No? It's a prompt, so it'd be better for YouTube because you can type a script. Yes, exactly. So like if I start scripting my videos and shit, you know? Yeah, guys, you guys might think it's weird, huh? Fuck. Because you guys are so used to me like looking somewhat to the right or your left to like read chat. Carpool, probably not. You know? For thanking subs. Yo, like, yo, Butters, thank you for the sub, baby. You say, yo, Vic, you're so good looking. Wait, okay, Vic, that makes sense. You know, tight shit. Nah. No, okay, don't do that shit. Okay, my bad. That's on me. I won't do that shit. Like when I get mad at Brina, like, Brina, the way you call me fucking old. It's weird. All right, bet. That, but like reading like this. Yeah, you're right. That's probably not the play. Yeah, you're right. That's probably not the play. Yeah. Definitely not gonna do that. Bro, I can tell some of y'all don't fuck with eye contact, bro. I love I love having eye contact with people, bro. Oh my god, Red Dog, I fucking love you, bro. What's up, hoodie? What's up, baby? Nah, listen. Hey, you know what, chat? That's on me. Hey, I'm never doing that shit again. That's on me, bro. All right, bro. Dude, I'm so excited, man, to finally play a game. Chat, I'm so fucking excited to finally just like I feel like Caldera, I would like die on purpose, or like I wouldn't really care.
Yes, I am.
Like, I'm so excited to actually play the fucking game. Like to be like, yo, chat, be right back. I'ma lock in. Like, I haven't done that in so long. You know what I'm saying? Ash, what's good, Ash? Come back to North Park. Oh, yo, yeah, listen, bro. Yo, dude, that's what I'm saying, Alpine. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm excited to actually, you know,
Concrete tomorrow.
Hold on. So we have 1, 2, 3 weeks left. 3 weeks and 1 day. Yo, Jim, what's up, baby? Your YouTube is going to be so huge eventually. You the man. Hey, Jim. That means a lot, Daddy. Thank you, my boy. Thank you, man. Hey, Jim, I appreciate the 8 fucking months, Daddy. What's good, my boy? What's good, baby? Only lock into the camera. What do you mean? What am I capping on?
Oh, I'm searching the old.
3 weeks and 1 day. For 3 weeks and 1 day.
¿Cómo se llama? What he said? You ain't know Spanish.
1 for 3. There you go. Stay single, bro. I'm fucking engaged, DC. Hey, Brandy, we love you, bro. We love you, Brandy. We love you, bro. First extend Halloween event will be ultimate for Don. Yo, Can. I hope, bro. I fucking hope, bro. Yo, Summers, no bullshit. We've been at 95K on YouTube for like a year and a half. But I'm okay with it because I haven't figured out where I want to take my channel. Like, I don't want to get 100K until I know what direction I'm taking it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I'm okay with it. Summers, like, it's just a plaque. Like, all you get is a plaque. Like, I'm gonna hit it eventually, but I need to hit it like when I know what I'm gonna be doing, where I'm posting consistently. You know? Damn, Butters, that's crazy. That's crazy. Gus, what, bro? Gus, what are you gonna say, bro? Blur, you should take advantage of the big room you have. Oh fuck. Get a green screen and do some weatherman reporting on god awful viewership. Blur, that would be actually funny, bro. Blur, like, ladies and gentlemen, me and Rampage, ladies and gentlemen, here today we will be looking at this dog shit player's fucking view. So now, if you look at this clip, this man did not fucking that would actually be comedy, like a reaction video, but like we just roast the fuck out of people. Dude, that could actually be fucking hilarious. Yo, Blur, we dress up in suits and have like, dude, that could be fucking hilarious, bro. See, look, okay, I get scared for things like this, because on paper, Ned, am I seeing you at the meet and greet? Ned, I have a meet and greet tomorrow at 11 a.m. Ned, you were the first person in our fucking meet and greet line last year. You better be there this year, bro. Best part is you could do a whole videos, but clip them for shorts. Blur, okay, wait, okay. See, like, on paper, this sounds like something really entertaining that people could enjoy. But then I think about it, and I'm like, it could be the worst. It could be like the worst thing ever. You know? Savik, what is it? What is it, bro?
Beautiful.
What is it? Wait, what does he do?
Is this not my fucking menu, bro?
He just goes and like talks shit to people he kills in game.
What's wrong with this game? Just always something
Like, you
fucking
could do it in long form and then
Anyway.
blow it up on short form.
It's fucking party, man.
Damn.
Come on, asshole.
Like, the thing is, like,
you know what?
he does clip views. Oh.
I'll come back.
New Steam music. Ask for community clips on Discord. Fuck. It's one of those things, Blur, where like, that sounds like a good idea, and I would definitely go all in and get crazy graphics, make it really nuts. Like, but then if it does bad, that's like hella money down the drain. But again, it's one of those things where like, I did the same thing with the Pulse Check /podcast/watch parties. Like, I spent the fucking bag on all that shit, wondering if maybe it might work out. You know? Damn. Okay. Blur, that's actually not a bad idea. You actually, Blur. That's. Chat, would you guys be okay if I roasted you though? Like, and then at the end we'll be like, all right. And then at the end, we after the review, we'll be like, all right. Now let's guess. Like, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be like, Rampage. So, how dog shit do you think this player is? From 0 to 10, what would you say this guy's KD is? Or from 0 to like, and then Rampage will be like, this guy has about a .25 KD. You were absolute dog shit. I'm sorry, my boy. And then like, Dogs, chill, bro. I actually do have a green screen though. You know? I actually do have one. Guess the rank type shit? This guy's like, what? No, I wouldn't, bro. No, I wouldn't, bro. Bro, chat, that actually sounds like a good idea. Like, that would be fun as fuck. Like, definitely put on suits, grease our hair back and shit. That'd be hilarious. Blur, obviously you're biased, right? But you know? Wait, Body. I'm not, but the thing is, Body, now I'm roasting y'all. What's up, B? What's up, girl? Hey. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's Verdansk. Baba. What gun is the Geist? Like, what do you mean? Most of the people submitting their videos is you can potentially find up-and-coming players. I feel like it's pretty easy to find up-and-coming players. At least I think so. If they're that good, you know what I'm saying? If they're that good, they eventually will get known. You know? Alex, chill. I would low-key feel so bad, bro. Dude, this gameplay was so satisfying. It was so satisfying, bro. Benny, that actually could be fun, bro. This actually could be fun, bro. Yo, what's up, Cryptix? What's good, baby? Now, look in the fucking mirror, Cryptix. Look in the fucking mirror, bro. Yo, hey, what's up, Chuck Star? What's good, baby? Yo, hey, chat, no bullshit. I enjoy this hella, bro. I enjoy streaming like this way more than I do just playing the game. At least for now. At least for now. Obviously, Modern Warfare 3 comes out. Hey, but like, right now, yeah, I'm not playing Warzone 2, chat. Like, listen, especially if none of the boys are on. If none of the boys are on, hey, I'm fucking chilling, doing just chatting with stream and just fucking hanging out, having a good time, bro. Fuck that, bro. What gun is the Geist in COD history? Oh, is the Geist a new gun, chat? I think the Geist is a new gun, Pops. Right? Or is it the TAR? Or is it the TAR? Shrifty, what? What? It's like the TAR 21, right? Just, you might be right. It just named differently, but ooh, buybacks was so fucking fun back in the day. Oh, hell no, Cryptix. Hell no. 6 hours? I'm checked, bro. Savage, I'll be after stream. I'll be after stream. Can you send it to me in the DMs, though? Nah, seriously, not Fortnite. I mean, bro, with how good multiplayer is, I definitely think people like Scumping them are going to be grinding multiplayer. Unless Warzone is just fucking insane. But as of right now, with the way the UI is and stuff, like, the thing is, Warzone 1 was so casual friendly. And, like, anybody can just pick it up and know how to play. I think with Warzone 2, they made it way too complicated with the UI, the backpacks, all that shit. They just made it to where, like, a random can just pick it up. You know? I hope so, Cryptix. I hope so. I fucking hope so, my love. Top 3 games for you throughout your life: Fortnite, Warzone.
41 up. I can get 80. Oh man.
I guess you agree if you want to separate COD, right? Unless I'm missing a game, but top 3 in no particular order: Fortnite, Black Ops 3, Warzone 1. Yeah. Nick, it kind of is. You know? No, Evo, we're watching a video. Now, I'm not playing Spider-Man. I don't really like single-player games, you know? Streams ever lived in the same region as you? Yo, what?
Ooh.
Yo, Shifu, you live in Vegas, Shifu? Body more. I met Diaz first in Call of Duty, and then I met Lucky in Fortnite, bro. Yo, thank you, Blocky. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that shit. Thank you, my love. Dude, Dick, I just don't like single player games. They don't give me dopamine. You know what I'm saying, bro? Swagger, if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, in the VOD, I had a whole, we talked about Nick. In essence, I'll just summarize it. It's good for the consumer. Whenever big streamers go to another platform and force competition within platforms, it's a good thing for the consumer. The only people that it's bad for is Twitch. But for everybody else, it's good because it forces Twitch to have to. Yeah, say I don't know. I can't do it. Nick Merckx, chat. Nick Merckx is going to kick, but from what it looks like, chat, it's non-exclusive. So for those of you who don't know what non-exclusive means, pretty much Nick can stream on Twitch or Kick at any point. He can do either way. He just can't do it at the same time. He can technically do 4 hours on Twitch, 4 hours on Kick. If it's non-exclusive, which I'm pretty sure everybody's saying that it is non-exclusive. So, you know, yeah, I will say this though. Nick and Don can now stream with each other if it's on Kick, which is kind of crazy. Right? You're wild for this? For what? I'm wild for what? Chill? No, it hasn't been confirmed yet. That's just what everybody is saying. Everybody's saying that it's non-exclusive, but again, I don't know. I'm not too sure. Yo, Viper, safe travels to Vegas. I'll be driving today. Wait, Viper, 11 a.m. Viper, 11 a.m. meet and greet. I'll see you there, Daddy. I'll see you there, Papa. Thank you, baby. Thank you, my boy. Thank you. Yes, I did cash. Honestly, I'm gonna say this again, and chat, I'm not getting fucking paid. I'm always honest with y'all. I had a great time playing the beta. And last year, the beta fucking sucked. I had a great time, bro. The beta was actually really fun. He said he was gonna do both. Yeah, I'm assuming he'll just be on both. Like 4 hours one, 4 hours the other one, or just like 3.5 or whatever the fuck, you know? I'm gonna take away your VIP in. I'll do it, bro. Yeah, Swagger, that'd be cool. That'd be cool to see like Doc and play together again.
The fuck?
Sage, you actually gonna do it? Mike, nah, I'm in and out for TwitchCon chat. I'm literally going to TwitchCon for one day and I'm out. I'm literally in and out, bro. Yeah, for sure, Benny, for sure. That's when you would know. So I feel like we would already know by now. Max, if you can wait, really, Christy? You're that girl type shit? You're that girl type shit? Yo, Exalt, type shit, type shit, bro. Nah, Red Dog, guys. So I fly tonight. That's why I'm on early today. Which low key, how the fuck is a 1.5K on here? Yo, we might have to do some earlier streams going forward. You know what I'm saying, bro? Bro, but so what the fuck was I saying? Yeah, I leave tonight to Vegas. I get there tonight like really late, and then I meet and greet tomorrow early as fuck at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. chat, meet and greet, and then I fly out like that same day, like that midday. So I'm literally in and out one day. Ooh, some Maruchan. Hey, Ned, everybody's coming, but Daddy, everybody's coming. Out there, yo, you think so, Wolf? You think so? Hey, shit, yo. Nah, this is too early. Hey, caveman, I don't know. Y'all been telling me different things because, like there's 1.5K y'all in here, and at night, you know, it's a little different. Oh man, bro. Landmine. I mean, not that we did one, but we went to the New York Call of Duty event. You know what I'm saying, bro? No. I don't know, chat. Hey, exactly, Red Dog. Exactly, bro. Alex, I'm mind blown. I haven't seen this number since fucking Verdant, bro. We're just chilling, technically watching Verdant, bro. If you want any bar and nightlife hookups in Vegas, I got you. Hey, Ether, I appreciate it. I appreciate that, man. But your boy got a wifey. I'm chilling, my boy. And I don't even like to go out anyways, you know? Wait, what's the poll? Oh, are you gonna can you gun works? Body, I cannot. Body, I cannot. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Wait, Exalt for what? For the beta? Modern Warfare 2? Yeah, bro. You know what's crazy? On the way back, right?
Dumbass game, bro.
On the way back from COD Next last year.
I'm fucking a quiet player.
On the way back, bro. Hey, we went down bad, bro. Hey, chat. We got into the bus and everybody was like, Rosie, what the fuck? Chat. Listen, I'll be honest. Nobody's showing up to the meet and greet, chat. Chat. Listen. We're gonna have the meet and greet. I'm telling you right now, chat. We're gonna be by ourselves, bro. We're gonna be by ourselves, bro. We're gonna be waiting there, and it's gonna be nobody, bro. And that is my biggest fear. That is Lucky. Don't even stop, bro. Lucky, it's happening, bro. Lucky, nobody's gonna show up. Lucky, we're chalk, bro. Oh my god. Oh hell no, bro. Oh hell no, bro. Oh my god, bro. Dude, chat, what if nobody shows up, bro? Papa Kev! Hey, Kev, thank you for the 7 months, man. What's up, my boy? What's up, Kev? What's up, daddy? Fuck, man. Listen, chat. If nobody shows up, guys, I'm never doing a meet and greet ever again. Hey, I'm never doing a meet and greet ever again, chat.
Hate this game, bro. I fucking hate this game. I hate this game.
Yo, the Baka meet and greet is going crazy right now. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. I swear to God, chat, I had a dream that nobody showed up, bro. And I might have cried in my sleep. It wasn't a dream. What the fuck, Rosie? What the fuck? She said it's not a dream. What the fuck? Chill, chat. Listen. If I don't stream Saturday, you know why. If I don't stream Saturday, you know why. Alright? No, bro, what the hell? Dude, listen, guys. I might have some McDonald's free double cheeseburger vouchers if you show up. Alright? Hey, I might have some double cheeseburger vouchers when you show up, okay? Alright? Alright, lock it in. Lock it in, chat. Lock it in, bro. Primate, what's up, man? Yo, Primate, how the fuck you doing, girl? Thank you for the motherfucking 20. Primate, I hope you've been fucking
Me sale esa madre.
Thank you for the 20 fucking months, baby. Dude, it's triple? Hold on. I can only afford double, alright? Calm down. Summer! If you could play my flight, for my flight from Norway to Vegas, I'll be there. Norway, Summers. Norway. Thank you for the 7, man. Good chat. I can't give you the full meal, sorry. I got the, hey, double cheeseburgers, take it or leave it, alright? In Verdansk, I could have gotten you guys a Big Mac, right? But we're in Warzone 2 era type shit. We're in Warzone 2, right? Oh, Rosie, that's crazy. That's crazy. No fries. No fries. Just a double cheeseburger. All right? Chat, hey, listen. If Modern Warfare 3 is a good year, next year's meet and greet, I got y'all with fries and the McDouble, bro. And the McDouble. Don't worry, chat. I got you, bro. Yo, Caution. Caution with the 2-piece fucking McDouble. Caution, please tell me you're going. Hey, please tell me you're going. Listen, chat. Hey, we're in Warzone 2. That means y'all. Hey. I'm able to get y'all McDoubles, bro. I'm gonna have to get like Family Dollar, like chiiilll or something. You know what I'm saying? Maybe some chiiilll type shit, Yo, hey, Caution. Thank you for the 2-piece, man. Thank you, baby. I love you, daddy. I love you, baby. Maybe like one fry type shit. Hold on. No beverage. Chiiilll? Chat, do you guys know what a chiiilll is? That's gum in Spanish. A chiiilll. No tickets? Fuck. Bro, listen, chat. I say we do this, bro. If only like 3 people show up to the meet and greet, I say we come out like eat and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah. Hey, Pojo. Listen, Pojo. You get the small fries with the toy. That's all I got you. Alright, bro? Bro, remember when does McDonald's still give toys? Damn, Dooley, what the fuck? Yo, does McDonald's still give toys? Only thing I learned in 700 grade Spanish class was chicle en la basura, because I always got in trouble. I'll beat you in fucking class, bro. Alright? Wait. Chat. So they still get toys and shit? They still get toys and shit? Hey, low-key, their toys used to be fucking lit. What type of toys they get now? What type of toys they get now? Hey, I swear, when my parents would take me out to McDonald's, I did something right, bro. Like, hey, chat, listen. Can I be honest with y'all? Like, you guys can't judge me. Like, I'm gonna be very transparent here, and I'm gonna be very, like, this is something I haven't told anybody, bro. Can I be transparent? Because I feel like if I tell you this, you guys are gonna make fun of me, bro. But like, I feel like you guys were friends, right? So you guys won't make fun of me, right? Chat, this maybe is like an ADHD thing, right? Rosie, I feel like you might know something in the brain, but like, chat, I feel like you guys are gonna make fun of me, bro. I feel like you guys are gonna make fun of me. Okay, chat. Like, bro. Listen. At what age, chat? At what age are you potty trained? At what age are you potty trained? Vans, why you type the dots? What? 3? Listen, bro, chat. Hey, maybe it's an ADHD thing, chat. But, like, somebody said, y'all are potty. No, listen, we can be transparent here, right? Bro, I swear to God, chat, yo, my brain never wanted to take the time to go use the restroom, bro. So like, chat, like, there was times when, like, let's just say I was a late bloomer to, like, being, somebody said 15, okay, chill. chill, 50, chill out, bro, chill out, right? And I don't know. Savik, yo, why are y'all going? Why are y'all like exaggerating and saying 15, 12 years old? Like, calm down, bro. Hey, listen. All I'm saying is like I feel like, is that ADHD, chat? Is that ADHD? We don't have to get into specifics, all right? We don't gotta get into specifics, but like, I'm like, bro, like, listen. It was just like my brain just didn't like. It was like, nah, I'll do it later. Until like,
bitches.
This is too late. You know what I'm saying? You know? So like, nah. Listen, no. I need medical professionals in here. Art, medical professionals. Listen. It's not laziness. It wasn't lazy. I feel like my brain just like. Wait, Art, is that like ADHD type shit? But yeah, you're not a medical professional. You know, one time I pissed myself at school while standing up, didn't tell anyone, and just stood in it. Nah, bro. All I'm saying is, like, I don't even know why that's a thought that I just had, bro. But like, yeah, chat. Listen, yo, chat. Lucky pissed himself at school, right? Can we be transparent here? And we're not judging, right? Chat, we're not judging, right? I don't remember what grade I was, bro. I don't remember.
That was 20 minutes already.
One time, shit my pants at school, bro. I don't deny it. I don't deny it. I'm not chat. I'm not proud. But I take it and I own it. You know what I'm saying?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was a mamalon shit, bro. Okay, so speaking Spanish. Dude, that shit was fucking huge, bro. Dude. I won't deny it. I'm not proud, but I accept it. Alright? that was, you know, school or college, blur, fuck off. Fuck off, bro. I shit my pants in the mall at like 8, and my dad threw me in the back of the SUV and made me ride with Art. We won't get into specifics about the age, Rosie. It was definitely elementary for sure. It wasn't like middle school or anything like that. It was definitely, you know, elementary. Honestly, I'm gonna keep it $150. I don't really remember what age I was. I'm dead ass. But like, my brain just didn't like. I would like feel the need to go, but I'd be like, oh, I'm good. I'll do it later. Like, I couldn't get myself to go. I don't know. And you know, I mean, chat, maybe that's why I was bullied as a kid. You know? Yeah, brain don't brain type shit. No, killer. You know, I was saying, no, chat, listen, I haven't shit myself in so long, okay? Chat, but I low-key do be waiting hella to shit, bro. Like, I low-key do be postponing my shits. I be putting that shit on snooze for as long as possible, right? Nah, why y'all saying in so long? Like, yo, Vic, wait, Jay Sizzle, yeah. Yo, hey, Sizzle, thank you for the 10 fucking months. That's the way my shit sounded like when it came out, like sizzling and shit. Thank you for the 10 months. And Vic, oh no, Lucky, you didn't have a sub. Oh no, bro. Thank you, Vic. Thank you, man. Nah, Vic. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. He said, oh no. No, see, no, dude, Summers, I'm being dead ass, you know, like I feel that shit coming, and I hit the snooze button until that shit's like, yo, I'm coming out whether you like it or not, and then I'm like, all right, man, I'm out of here. You know what I'm saying? But now, guys, that's why I have such a good relationship with my booty hole. Like, bidets are definitely worth it. Bidets are definitely, you know, I don't know. Chat, do you guys do that? Nah, I never sharded. Dude, chat, listen. I'm proud to say I've never sharded my pants before. I've shit myself a couple times. But not recent. Not recent. That's like when I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like it was I either full sent or I was chilling. You know, I either full sent or you know what I'm saying? No, I'm being dead ass. I'm being, dude. No. Sharding is like just a little shitting is like I now physically weigh 2 pounds more because the caca is hanging from my under. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, bro? Yo, Pat, what's up, man? Holy. Yo, Pat, thank you for the 37, Mr. Pat Blicky. Hey, Pat, I love you, man. I hope you've been doing good, bro. And yo, Alpine. Lucky.
What was that? Nice.
Kill the enemy and collect their tags.
The fuck is this guy doing?
Switching mags. Multiple enemy here. That was a close one.
Standing by. We've taken the lead.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy. UAV is on station. Recon online. Confirmed. Standing by. Tag secure. Kill confirmed. UAV standing by. UAV is engaged. RTB at this time.
Loading. Approaching from the rear. Last mag.
Overclock activated.
Requesting close air. Target marked.
Copy that.
Target marked. Request fire.
Oops.
Light on target. Good effect on target.
Taking effective fire. Cover deployed.
Bro. What the fuck is that noise? Oh no. I did it again. Fuck.
In the area.
Confirm that one.
was like skipping there. The hell, I'm 100. I'm on 102 latency. Not to mention I can't see shit.
We've taken the lead. I got your reloading. The enemy's taking the lead.
Reloading. Got eyes on the
Notch 1.
Requesting recon flyover.
Copy. UAV is on station. Recon online.
I didn't even see if I killed him or not. Oh.
Got your back.
Do you now?
AIA confirmed.
I'm reloading.
Bingo confirmed.
Changing mag.
I can't see shit, Captain. Like this gun.
Reloading.
Can't see shit, dog.
Friendly UAV online. We've got him on the run.
Stun grenade out. Switching mags.
This guy. This guy's smarter than everyone.
Friendly UAV on station. Confirmed.
Loading. I'm low on ammo.
Got an enemy here.
Changing mag.
All Saber. Mission accomplished.
I don't know, man. These games, they're just like, just not it.
Chat. Rosie? What if Rosie is not really Rosie? Bro, what if Rosie's a scammer? Yo, what if Rosie is not really Rosie and she's a catfish?
Bro, why is that shit so loud?
And she's trying to get me to trust her, and then she's gonna take all I fucking own, bro. Yo, imagine. Oh fuck, bro.
Bro, just send.
Yo, what if Rosie is Jor? Nah, Rosie. Hey, Rosie, listen. Rosie, I think I gotta FaceTime you next time we talk, all right, Rosie? All right, I think I gotta FaceTime you next.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Gotta pick gunfight.
Kill confirmed.
Bro, what's wrong with me now? Reload! God damn it! This game is so stupid. I hate it with a passion. Dude, are you fuck?
Area code.
Okay. ¿Pa qué reniego? Jay. Una.
Oh shit! All right, actually, let me go find your number. Hold on, Rosie. Imagine I accidentally, like, you know, dude. Okay. Wait, why was like that almost close, like your area code? All right, hold on. One more. All right, hold on.
Crack. You guys gotta get here quick because they just got a UAV at our house. Hey, this is a burner game. I gotta eat left.
Okay.
No.
Rosie.
I have enough money.
Last name.
Hotel
SBC.
number, no, they 100% called that UAV in.
If it works. Yes, Emily. I'm sure this isn't a
I low-key love this map. I don't say love, but I'll lock it a little bit.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
Fuck.
Please get the game. Have some fun. All right, Rosie. Have some fun. It's dumbass. Rosie, get the limited edition one. Rosie, get the fucking. What's that one called? Dude, stop. Rosie, chill. Rosie, don't fucking do that, dude. Rosie, stop.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Oh, stop.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
I don't think so. At least he has actually had a 6.27 KD, huh?
In the house.
So I FaceTimed him and I screenshotted him.
We lost that round. Next one. All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Instantly called Joe. I was like, Joe, I'm so sorry. He started laughing, bro. He's like, bro, you're fine. He's like,
Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
Jeez, my boy has terrible shots. But hey. Surprised I saw that shit.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Fucking dumbass guns, bro. Nice teammate.
Checking, but have you been posting on the pulse check? I check every like couple days. Big cooking.
Fucking hate these guns, bro.
But he can go even crazier, dog. Because Vic is fucking hilarious. He's gonna get people moving.
Huh?
Focus on the next one.
You got 0 audio right next to me.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Oh, I love this gun. Try to move, but
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
like, bro, such a good gun, but like, so dumb.
We're taking the flag. Settle the mission is complete. Good work.
Come on, bro. It's because there's a lot of quick. Oh, come on, please tell me I can find it. Please, bro. I'm scrolling, bro. Hey, y'all do this, bro. I like that shit. Dude, Vic, you're fucking funny, bro.
You're fucking funny, bro.
So Diaz put, like, remember how they didn't want to give Diaz the trophy, right? Like, the scope trophy, whatever, they pretty much said not, like, right? And, like, they said, like, you cannot have the trophy, pretty much. That's what the context of the tweet is. And Vic tweeted out, POV, that one guy at Activision who made the trophy would do it. Bro, that one right there? Nah, but whenever you put this, I was like, yeah, bro, like Vic's the right man for this job, bro. Vic's like, nah, you be posting the, dude, you're funny, bro. You're actually funny, bro. You actually are, bro. Vic's a fucking meathead, bro. Nah, no bullshit today, bro. No bullshit today, bro. Oh, man, bro. Vic, keep cooking, bro. Keep fucking cooking, dog. All right, what's this one?
Bro, fuck your work.
Gunfight.
What the hell?
Like, dude, you're just an idiot, bro. You're just a fucking meathead, bro. Oh, man. Put the music.
Eliminate all threats from the area. It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission. This round is ours. Ready up for the next one.
5 hours, we just... I mean, I'm enjoying this way more than... Oh my god, bro. Wait, what? What did Sage say? What did Sage say? Oh man, bro. He's been cooking, man. I'm very grateful. We've been cooking, chat. We've been cooking.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Queen, that's fucked up. Chat, you guys don't agree to this, right? You guys don't agree to this, right?
Dude.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Because I said I don't want to play more than 2. And the team wants to do this. Y'all don't agree to that, right? Y'all don't.
So stupid, bro.
Learn that shit. Whenever I got the leaks, Warzone 3, don't come asking.
Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it. Secure the AO. No quarter given.
I'm gonna leak it anyways. Listen, chat.
What? Huh?
Okay. Except Joe's number. That was crazy. You got me. You got me, Tater. You got me. Wait, what did Sage say? What did Sage say? Man, fuck his mentions. Look at mine. What do you say? I'm scrolling.
You're all that's left. Finish it.
I've got no fucking souls.
I didn't actually say that. Like, you guys are trolling, right? I'm gonna show you why.
Fuck.
Wait, hold on. Big question. Look.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
Send it. If it's Lock in. Lock in. Hoodie. Your hoodie gang.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Mission complete. Solid work.
Okay, my screenshot. Oh, I see it. Oh, it kind of like left and shit. Okay, okay. I see you, Vic. I see you, bro. I see you, bro.
Hey, where's the
Oh
UAV?
God, but that shit look like a turtle waiting to fucking come out of hibernation, pops. I see you, bro. All right, anyways. Hey, wait, chat. Messenger manager for business on Insta. Right. If you have any business like propositions, right? Email the business email, which is Juwan at the Kinetic. Bro. Fucking big, bro. No, I'm just wondering, bro. Like hoodie gang or no hoodie gang, you know what I'm saying, bro? Rose, hey yo, that's crazy. Rosie said that reminded me that she bought shrimp. That's wildin', bro. Yeah, if you're hoodie gang, Pogs, get some scissors at the dollar store. Chat, you're chat.
Gunfight.
Grow up, Dark. Is it what? Oh shit, no.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win. You won that round. Get ready for the next one.
Okay, lucky. That's crazy, dog. That's crazy. Yo, Lucio! Yo, not Lucio. Thank you for the 32 fucking months, daddy. Hey, appreciate that shit, man. Lucio.
You lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Such a bad fucking spot, bro. Like.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear the threats in the AO. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Straight up missed. Dude, where? Fuck him up, teammate. Can't seem to do shit right now.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Brother, what? Thought that was mine.
Look alike is kind of finding old cat, bro. Wow. Oh, wow, bro. Go wildin', man. Go wildin', bro. Fucking A. Spider-Man 2, guys. Listen. This is most part of the game.
We lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Maybe I think the only single player game I played was what's that game called with you guys, chat? It was like Ashley Tisdale chat. Where like you guys remember that? You guys remember we played that together? That Ashley Tisdale one?
Okay, I'm not focused.
It's like a story, it's like a movie, but it's a game, and like the ending and all that changes depending on like the decisions you make in the game. And so this girl, she cheated on me. Yeah, Dark Pictures Anthology. That one, bro. Yo, Cheesy Frog. I only ever played like. Hey, chat. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Promise, you won't get mad. My first campaign for for Call of Duty was Modern Warfare 2.
Are we a reflection of our places in life, or are they reflections of us? Could we have been somebody else if we'd taken a right turn instead of a left?
Or if we'd taken the place with the hot tub.
Or the one uptown.
We went downtown.
Could we be fabulous or fantabulous? Yes, yes, we sure could. With Apartments.com's multitudes of listings, our possibilities and yours are truly multitudinous. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
From the beginning, we've dreamed of creating a better future. Now, we're setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050. And we're gonna keep dreaming, no matter where we go.
Gunfight.
How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now? How you like me now?
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Yeah, you guys are fucking assholes, bro. You guys are instigators, bro. But she ended up surviving or some shit like that, yeah. And then I met her later on in the story mode.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Y'all got mad at me for letting her go, saying I was a fucking asshole, bro. Wait, Emilio, dead ass? Dude, Emilio. I've only played one. It was cool. Like, yeah, I don't know. I guess it was the ADHD in me. Like, I didn't, like, why would I play campaign when I could? Like, maybe that's why. People don't play the multiplayer.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it. Eliminate all threats from the area.
No? Right, game, right? Everyone? Okay, why do you think I'm like this? Why am I like this, Chad? Unless it's against somebody else. I don't like single players.
Oh, shit.
I'm whooping somebody's ass or getting my ass whooped. I don't like it. Wait, what is this? What is this?
What the fuck is he? Can you tell me that?
What is this? I'm pretty sure this. I'm pretty sure this is a troll. And I'm pretty sure this is a troll. But throwing the diamond in the lava doesn't mean
To draw this round.
That's what my boy said, bro. Before you get off, make sure to throw that in the thing because they're gonna be happy that you did it because it makes elder diamonds. I don't know what the fuck that means.
You never know, bro. Ban him right now. That shit don't even exist, bro.
Savage, bro. See, y'all really? I found one diamond after playing fucking forever Minecraft, and you guys really wanted me to throw it in the fire. You guys are fucking assholes. So, you should not be proud of yourselves. Oh, fuck, man. Yes, Rosie, yes! Yes, exactly, exactly. Oh shit. Baby repulse. Chat. Do I actually look a baby?
Ready up for the next one. Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Would I ever go back? Yeah, I think. I mean, I would.
It's down to you, mate. Finish the mission.
It's there. I don't know, chat. I mean,
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
so fucking bad. 6:30. I'm chilling. Halftime, bro. Yeah, Rain. I low-key missed it too, bro. Maybe I'm just gonna start ADHD, even though I don't even know.
Dude. Am I being muted? Bro, what is wrong with this stupid game? There's always something wrong with it.
Eliminate all threats from the area.
Yeah, look who joined the party. Bro, did DS really go through at 7 a.m. last night?
Yeah.
Why? What?
I would not expect it, but I don't think you could predict, but
You can see your legs, bro.
Open the front door? Oh, why did he knock then?
You can see your laser. Knows exactly where you're at.
Can y'all hear the chat?
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one. Took a victory there. Prepare to repeat it.
Why did he come through? Do I have to actually find out? Is that an option thing? Option.
it's a surprise. It's like, yeah, I don't want to spoil it.
We got movement in this area.
Is it that big of a deal that y'all making a team? If it was that big of a deal, you could have woken me up.
No, it's not a big deal. I'm not saying.
We took a loss there. Let's not repeat it.
What could they possibly?
He showed us something. We were like, I'm not gonna say anything.
I saw the text. Chat text.
Oh, me? No, it's because Josh was like, yo, Rampage. I was like, bro, Josh, like, no, I don't want to hang out, bro. It's already past his birthday. Like, I don't have to.
Oh, shit.
I'm just kidding.
Wait.
Josh is the kid, though.
Wait. So. Okay, Okay, so he said he's gonna tell me.
Quite the hellion online.
It's better if he's.
And then I switched to Xbox One, but it was like, you know.
Did he get a
Done
tattoo?
his shit down.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be sick. And it better be in my name.
I think he got a tattoo. He got a tattoo. Rampage is a horrible liar. Rampage is a horrible liar. I think he got a tattoo.
A tattoo?
I think he got a tattoo because you're a horrible liar.
Gunfight.
I mean, you're good, but ain't nothing wrong. I don't think so. For me, I don't think he got one.
Imagine if this shit wasn't on wide. Jeez, it's.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Yo, he got a tattoo. He got a tattoo. He got a tattoo. Trippy. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, man. Appreciate that shit, bro.
No, I want the soul.
That's a long fucking time. Come on. Thank you, man, for the fucking tier 2.
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
I don't know. I swear to God, bro. Yo, Trippy, real man, hey, daddy, tier 2. One more for the fucking 40, bro. Thank you, man. Yo, Diaz is on the flight right now, chat. Diaz on a flight right now. So I can't, bro. Crease is that guy that just lets Rampage do whatever he wants and Rampage just... he always says the craziest shit.
I don't know.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Wait, why is that so accurate? Creeks and Rampage are like fucking Mike Wazowski and fucking Steven. I think you will see it once you come back.
Succulent soul. Dealerships open up at 6 a.m. The only thing I can think of is a dog. That flick though.
I'm so confused.
Nice.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
I'm calling Bree. Bree's here. Diaz left. If they think try the dog.
Gosh, this game is so bad.
You are all that's left. Finish the mission. on the next one.
Why are you sitting there?
So did I ruin it? They got a.
What the fuck?
But I don't want to fly alone. I already bought your flight. Wait.
Victory secure. Good fighting.
Okay, so she don't know, and I'm like, oh my god, like type shit. You think he's gonna get mad that I found out?
Dick.
Okay, so I should blame it on like Rampage or something. Okay, alright, bye Bree. Alright, take care, bye. Oh, they got a fummy. Listen, chat, y'all ain't gonna say nothing, right? Chat? Dude, we're deleting this VOD immediately. Listen, worst comes to worst, we blame it on Rampage. Thoughts? Oh, did you know that they were getting a puppy? They said they're not gonna tell us what type of dog until they come back. They said they got it this morning. How do you pick up a puppy this morning? They flew it in?
No, Biff is there though.
How did they
Gunfight.
fly in a puppy this morning? I don't know either, mama. I don't know. Yo,
Fly in.
thank you for the 18 months, baby. Hey, bro. Alan, thank you for the 18 and Baker. Thank you. Hit it.
Oh no.
Listen, I pray to God it's a fucking small dog.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Pray to God they put in the time to train that dog. I'm just so happy for them.
Ah, fucking crazy.
Ready up for the next one.
We're gonna blame it on Rampage. Dude, nah, bro, I'm not gonna give it up, bro. Royal, what do you have again? What do you have again? What, like Chihuahuas? Wow, bro. Wait, how did the dog...
Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Came to the house and they felt bad. They didn't want to wake us up. I would've been down. Selling your dogs, right? Like selling dogs. He's like, to you I am.
We lost that round. Ready up for the next one.
Dude, the visual recoil in this game is fucking bad. I hate everything about this fucking game. I can't wait for Modern Warfare.
Secure the area. Clear all threats.
Ship the dog in. How did they get the dog so fast? I'm like, let's not go. A dog party. I know these over there were fucking fun, bro. You actually want to
Bro scared the shit out of me.
Guys, I think the next dog I'm gonna get is, well, you know what? I probably won't get a dog for a while. If I did want one, I low-key want a European Doberman, bro. Like, a European Doberman, my boy, he sells like new beef. He's been telling me, like, not give me, but like, sell me a dog for so long. He's such a good guy. He's in the stream and stuff. But I've wanted a Doberman so bad.
Damn it.
They take the train,
Still a mustache.
get a European bulldog. It is a small dog. It's a small dog. Boston Terrier, I will fucking lose my shit.
All saber. Mission accomplished.
GG.
It's gotta be. Yo, hey Rosie, him and Lucky got beef. They hate each other. Like, bro, like Diaz will walk in and Lucky will bark at him, and then when we're just chilling, Diaz will just, I mean, Lucky would just go and just be like this, like this. And just like this. Oh shit, bro. He does that to Josh now? It's because Josh tries to be too much like D. That's why. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Okay, listen. Josh genuinely wants to be DS. So bad, bro. Guys, like yesterday, you know, yesterday, you know,
I'm dropping a 40 right here, dude.
He was like,
a decent game in a while, dude.
yeah, chat, we gave him his birthday wish with his candles and shit.
Want me to try TV, dude?
Please make me like D. Please, please. Chat, he wants to be him so bad. So bad, bro.
It's my kill, I call dibs.
That was his wish, Pan. That was his wish. He's like, let me be like him, bro. I really want to be like him now. So shit. I bomb. Chat, or I want to get one like this, bro. Get my dick out of your mouth, Pants. You guys can't see him, chat, but fuck.
For the ground loot, XM4
I want one like him,
insane.
chat. Another one. They are dude. Best dogs ever. Most disciplined. Most fuck. Oh my god, bro.
This lobby's holding up, bro.
Bobby. And then there's this motherfucker, bro.
There's one guy right here.
Calm down. Now they're all going crazy.
This guy's an AI, dude. I feel bad.
You good, Pops? You good?
Really an AI, dude.
Gunfight.
Dude. Wait, what do you mean, Sage? What do you mean? Nah, that's not true. Sage, he's always like out and about. Always, bro. Dude, he's a Czechoslovakian German Shepherd. Bro,
Literally a mutex lobby,
the
dude.
most. At least maybe I got lucky with him, but he's not like very crazy. Like,
Bro, it's literally a mutex lobby. I'm about to drop to 16.
like he's high.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Like he's all happy and shit, bro. Yo, Belgian is I love him, bro. Yo, you can't see him. He's fucking beautiful. Great Danes. The only thing that with Great Danes, man, is they don't have a long life expectancy. So I don't know, man. You know?
Where, man? Like, why are you there?
Wait, really?
What the fuck?
Get ready for the next one.
Plus passer par la fenêtre, puis la fenêtre est pas pétée. Oh, il y a deux pistolets qui me
It just require a lot more time. And like if you have the time, then like Belgian water malls are like the direct valid malls. If you can
Down to you. Finish the mission.
No!
Get ready for the next one.
Let's go. c'est la même grenade.
Curry used to always have hypnotizement as his name. Wait, really? Sweaty, what Yeti? What dog? Yeti. That one, bro.
You are all that left. Finish the mission.
Target dogs require a lot of work. You gotta like really know what you're doing with them.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO. The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Il y a des snipes qui ont de l'allure. Ruby.
Do your research. Plum, Ceylon, and I always recommend German Shepherds are great dogs, but
You do?
dogs in general require a lot of work and put in the time to life so you can have a better
You've won that round. Get ready for the next one.
J'ai pas vu ma cam, mais laquelle tu veux qui me tue. Fais rien que monter sur un.
Huskies. I've trained a Belgian Malinois. I've trained my boss. I've trained a German Shepherd. I've trained. Hardest dog I've ever had to train in my entire life. They have a mind of their own. Like when crate training your dog, like to use the restroom, right?
You lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
Right? Bro. Hey, this dog will shit on one side of the cage, sleep in the other side. And so obviously we try to make it small to where you can move. No, he wouldn't. Bro, we would make it small enough to where he can sleep, and then obviously let him out whenever he wants to.
Round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Fucking slow ass guns, bro.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Wait until like the morning to be let out because
Victory secure. Switching sides.
Prime Video makes it easy. Everything, including your Prime.
Everything.
Your favorite subscription. One password
Mission is complete. Good work.
Ah, mais c'est pour ça, dans le fond. Hey, Danny, il s'en va vraiment à 10 heures.
Just like everything.
Oh.
Tune in to Bella Levels Up, brought to you by Cotton, the fabric of our lives.
What? Look what I got. What'd you get, bro? Look at my skin, man. Wait. Is yours the fat clown, bro?
What happened? What happened?
From the beginning, we've dreamed of creating a better future. Now, we're setting out to be carbon neutral by 2050.
You look good.
And we're gonna keep dreaming, no matter where we go.
No me hables. Estoy enojado.
Gunfight. Eliminate all threats from the area.
My dog, bro. I love my dogs, man. I know, Art, but I like, you know, like I have that feeling too, Art. And I'm like, damn, like, should I get a dog? Like, should I get a younger dog to liven up, like, my older dog? You know what I'm saying? Stabby. Not super, but yeah, but not like super vocal. No,
Jeez, bro.
Yo, Reddick, thank you for the 9 months. Have my fucking baby, my love. Thank you, baby. Thank you, bro. Hey, appreciate the fucking 9, Daddy. Thank you, Relic. Thank you, Baba. Wait, senpai.
Unfortunately, it seems that my teammate has me.
Yo, of course, it's really good dogs. Really good dogs. Cheers up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Art, you never know. You never know. Yeah, I guess I'm like an average. I'm up. Is that a dog? Whatever she said. Jaeger. That's what we're talking about. That.
He's up top. Oh, that's cute.
Obviously, I have a husky, and he was the hardest dog ever.
Secure the AO. No quarter given.
Oh my gosh, can I just...
There's activity in this area.
Oh, he's down here. Sorry, bro.
I miss playing this shit. 40?
Eliminate all threats from the area.
What do you say? Yeah, destroy. They're very good dogs. They just want to please the owner. He said he would come back.
Moving.
Oh, that's cool. He has a chat behind him.
Good shit.
What the fuck did I spawn into? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I hate when that happens, man. I'm sorry, dude.
Meet me in the middle and I'll let you execute me.
Alright, hey, we'll run fist. Oh, pistols. Hey, pistol.
Mission complete. Solid work.
Y'all fellas have a good night.
Sorry about that.
Hey, brother, it's my first round on.
Wait, we gotta go back. We gotta go back up memory lane. Does Cloaksy have videos?
What's with this kindness? This is so annoying, bro. Just...
Wait, he does. Oh my god, wait, I haven't seen it. What the hell? I haven't seen his videos in forever. What the hell is this? Right now.
We have a offensive. We got an offensive chat warning. I didn't get anything. What do you mean? I got reported. You got reported? You got reported?
Alright, be back. Tony! Congrats on the engagement. Now to wait and see a baby Hector. No, chill. D gets engaged next. Keep up the grind on the content. Hey, Tony. I love you, bro. I appreciate that shit. Listen, he has to get engaged maybe like in 5 years or some shit. Knowing him, bro. Hey,
Gunfight.
I'll be back. I gotta pee.
Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
Dude, I just got flashed.
Did none of them push stairs? They didn't push stairs.
They both.
Hey, you push. Oh yeah, I'll push stairs, you push left.
What the fuck?
Dude, how is he going up here? How did he get? Wait, what? There's a hop up right there?
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
Hey, bro. Oh my god.
Oh wait, someone.
How many of us miss Happy Bye? Bro, God, I've hated for not liking John Chocolate.
You lost that round, get ready for the next one.
You gotta fix that echo, bro.
Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Chocolate is superior to milk chocolate any day of the week, bro.
Victory secure, be ready to win again.
Hey, milk chocolate.
Back that up and if you want.
Compared to this shit. I don't make the rules, I'm sorry.
I think he's right under you. Yeah, in the little hallway to the left.
What percentage of cocoa? Let's see.
He could pop out of the other side, or he's just chilling in there.
The round is lost, focus on the next one.
Territory, keep it tight.
It's down to you, finish the mission. You lost that round, get ready for the next
Where
one.
the fuck's where my shot going? I just straight up missed. Okay.
ready for the next one.
Who's that? What's good, baby? Dude. Like, I'll eat chocolate. But double dark chocolate ice cream is so fucking good, bro. Like, that's my favorite ice cream, bro. It's dark chocolate. Bro, boss, man, I appreciate you, baby.
Oof.
The round is lost. Focus on the next one.
Just so that way I know for a fact. Nah, you know, y'all like pistachio ice cream? Cause no bullshit, you might be a serial killer if you like pistachio ice cream. I bet it, victim, bet.
You lost that round. Get ready for the next one.
No way. Bro, I think y'all might be faded, bro. Hey, yo. Yo, chill, bro. Yeah, listen, Ken. Dark chocolate is fire.
Yeah, that guy's definitely a controller. Bro, he's one shot.
Dude, what the fuck, Nick?
Mission failed. Return to base.
Is it my fault that my team? No way, they're fucking random. I'm just dealing with some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the saying is. Like, it's not my fault that my taste buds feel the way that they do, right? Like, that's just what God gave me. You know what I'm saying? Vas a cambiar para kick ahora? Dude. But you Google translate this shit, or you just know Spanish. Bro, yes, definitely your fault. I don't think it's my fault. You know? Ooh, hey, body, that's a good one. My taste buds are dying, dude. My taste buds feel just fine. Sorry, I think he meant paisa. This motherfucker, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm faded. Dark chocolate genomics, coffee or espresso. Ooh, I've never tried that, Cash. I've never tried that. I know who like butterscotch. Milk chocolate. No, it's not, Ken. No, it's not, bro. Ryan.
Gunfight.
What's up, baby? Hey, thank you for the 5 fucking months, baby. What's up, Bubba? Yo, Ryan, dude, fuck, bro. I can't pronounce it, bro. But Ryan, I love you. I love you, Bubba. Thank you for the 5 months, bro. Thank you, but you're gonna get tired.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
You think so? You think so? This guy Bud is the biggest troll in the game, bro.
Victory secure. Be ready to win again.
Skinning a shrimp. I don't know what that is. Yo, Deadly! Ray, Deadly, god damn it, bro, you're so bugged, bro. Thank you for the 1 gift, man. Thank you, baby. What the hell is that, Ken? What the hell is that, bro? That's what so I can watch early as fuck, bro. It's a shrimp name.
Fuck!
Round is lost. Focus on the next one. Strasser 1, secure the flag or clear all threats in the AO.
I think Makachev is going to be a close fight. I think he wins first round. Maybe I'm fucking faded for that. You know? We're going to see your fight about? Oh, I think I've a lot of my shit, you know what I'm saying? You know? How's that?
capturing the flag. Strasser 1, clear all threats or secure the flag to win.
Wait, hold on, Zep, hold on. Chat. Dude. Brother, what? Hey, what? Zeb. Wait, Chad, do I look Asian? Chad. I mean, I've gotten that maybe like once or twice before in my life. I haven't heard that in a while. Hey, I haven't heard that in a while, bro.
Alright, peace out.
Mad readable. Zach, I'm not Asian, pops. Do I? Fuck, it's the glasses? Damn, bro. Why you look like my cousins?
Satan? Alright, my guy.
Hella funny. Oh, man. Yeah, low key, though. Nah, you're good, Zach. You don't gotta apologize. I'm Hispanic, bro. Mexican. That's funny, bro. I low key got that, like...
Gunfight.
Every once in a while. Like, it's very rare that I do, but, like, I know that. It's funny. Dude, shut the fuck... Victim, that was crazy. Victim, that was fucking crazy, bro. Dude, what are you saying, bro? Were you for sure like with the draw? Like, Nick, what does that even mean? He said you don't look Asian, but you for sure look difficult to draw. Like I wouldn't be.
All Strasser, eliminate the enemy or secure the flag to win.
What does that mean? Yesterday, we went to dinner. Bro, they always like everybody talks to us and they're like, oh, like, hola, right? Like, they always it's fine, bro. Dude, yesterday, bro, we went to fucking dinner, right? Or lunch. Bro, we were at KBBQ. Dude. No, y'all not gonna believe this shit. Yesterday, we went to KBBQ, right? Hey, we sat down, whatever, we're just chilling. Bro, they take our order, whatever, we get our shit. Dog. The people come in, right? The guy comes back with fucking tortillas, bro. With fucking tortillas at a KBQ. He's like, hey, if you guys want, he's like, if you guys want some, we're selling them 4 for $1 or 4 for $2. If you want any tortillas to go with your KBBQ, I'm like, oh hell no, bro. Oh hell no, bro. Bro. Oh yeah, chat. And actually, they were in K-Town. There was some guy, some Asian man, started talking to Ashley in fluent Spanish. I was like, when she told me the story, I was like, damn, that's impressive as fuck, bro.